organizers and everybody that kindly contributed to this event. I would like to point or discuss a little bit about this brochure, right? So we can see we're going to talk about the future of the cities today and tomorrow. And it is a very important topic, a serious one, but it is also not about the cities solely, but it is also about the people. So there's a statement here consisting of 4 very powerful words, and it is sustainable, smart, inclusive, and resilient. But now, you know, the city is nothing without its people. Empty city? Well, but are we resilient, sustainable? Do we have that energy that will drive the rest to a more sustainable future? And I believe we do, right? But I cannot go out of my role. I'm a leadership coach and trainer, and I work a lot with people. And I would like to test, do we have what it takes for today to make this 13th Ljubljana Forum really great and with a strong impact? So bear with me in this little good morning exercise to demonstrate what could our power, our collective power, bring to a more sustainable future, okay? So the first thing I would like us to do is showing a little bit of empathy towards each other. It's very important. It's a huge topic in diversity and inclusion, and if we don't care about each other, we cannot care about the planet, we cannot care about the city, let alone all the rest. Okay? So I'm curious about how are you today? Everybody came here with a special mindset, with a notion. Maybe in the morning you have had a rough morning, but maybe you have a delicious breakfast or anything in between happened. So let's do as when you drive with a car and you come to a stop sign, right? And then you have the traffic light and 3 colors. There is red, there is yellow, and it is green, right? So please raise hands as I name the color that will represent your feelings. How do you feel today? How was your morning? If it was green, you will raise hand when I call the green color. That means I'm perfect. I'm very sustainable and motivated, and I'm willing to actively participate in Ljubljana Forum. If you are red, it's, please don't ask me this question, all right? So it's, you know, like your cat ran away and now you're stressed about your kid not feeling well in kindergarten or whatever, okay? And the yellow is somewhere in between, okay? Can we do this test? Your task is just raising the hand. Okay, let us see. Do we have some yellows? How many yellows? Okay, a couple of you? Okay. Okay, how many reds? Red? No one's red. Okay, now let's go for green. Green. Okay, yes. So green is the key color, not only in sustainability measures, but also as a notion on how and what can we expect from today. So the second thing, we are having really, really splendid guests, keynotes, mayors, and all the others who contribute towards a more sustainable future and towards smart cities. So feel free also in the breaks to mingle, to make connections, because only together we can do it. So, without further ado, let me start the agenda of today and welcome on stage the first hello speech of the morning. And I call Rok Žnidarčić, Vice Mayor, on behalf of Zoran Janković, Mayor of the city of Ljubljana. Welcome on stage.
Hello, good morning. Welcome in Ljubljana. Dear participants of the 2023 edition of Ljubljana Forum. First of all, I would like to welcome you to Ljubljana on behalf of the mayor of the city of Ljubljana, Mr. Zoran Jankovic. Just one moment, I would like to ask. I believe that this presentation is for my next opportunity. Okay, not a problem. Zoran Jankovic will join us later at the roundtable of mayors, and he will definitely explain to us why for him Ljubljana is the most beautiful city in the world. The 13th edition of Ljubljana Forum, which of course is lucky number, justifies the need of different stakeholders to come together to discuss the topics relevant for the future of the cities. This year we will discuss a very topical theme, climate neutral and smart cities by 2030. At this point I would like to give a particular warm welcome to the first keynote speaker, my colleague Javier Matila Ayala, whom I met this March in Barcelona, where representatives of 15 European cities, leaders in the field of urban resilience, met at the first international superblock meeting to draw attention to common sustainable path. I look forward to him presenting to us the valuable experience of his 4-year effort as a chief architect of the city of Barcelona, which he completed this June. He has led many urban transformations with the aim of achieving a healthier, friendlier, and fairer city. Through the Barcelona Superblock project, internationally recognized as an effective strategy to transform city streets into spaces with better environment quality and more local social and economic relations. We take him and the entire Superblock team as a key project of Mayor Ada Colau as an example and an encouragement. Their radicalism is fascinating, their consistent commitment to adapting the city to contemporary needs, to the extent that they are even ready to lose elections. The municipality of Ljubljana is also committed to achieving the goals of sustainable development, for which it has achieved international recognition through concrete development steps. We have already gained many international awards for the improvement of the city. Let me mention the 2016 European Green Capital Award. Awards are a reward, but at the same time, they have also a great responsibility for us to keep the level of the quality of services for our citizens, visitors, companies, and institutions that sit in Ljubljana. At the moment, we are continuing with our endeavors at the forefront of the mission 100 climate neutral and smart cities of Europe. Time never stands still, and we can say quite reliably that in the future, we will live in the kind of city we will develop every day until then. For us, it is very important that sustainability and digital transformation towards smart city are balanced with sustainable urban design and well-being of citizens and visitors. And we eagerly await the outcome of this meeting here on the magnificent hill of Ljubljana Castle, which has been continuously inhabited for at least 3,200 years. And Ljubljana Castle has been owned by the municipality for the last 120 years. And interventions in recent decades have proven how important the sustainable renovation of heritage is for the preservation of our values and identity. I would like to thank co-organizer of the Ljubljana Forum, GFS Institute, partners of the forum, amongst them the European Investment Bank, sponsors, speakers, moderators, city project presenters, and participants. I wish you successful and inspiring 2023 Ljubljana Forum.
Thank you very much. And now I welcome to the stage Mr. Simon Savšek, Head of European Investment Bank Group Office in Slovenia. Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Mr. Deputy Mayor, dear Blaž, it's really nice to be here at this distinguished event. We are with you already for many years now, and I hope it's going to stay like this for the foreseeable future. I think that this gathering represents a crucial step towards recognizing the importance of urban development and our common goal, basically to create better cities for our citizens. Indeed, as Socrates once said, by far the greatest and most admirable form of wisdom is that needed to plan and beautify cities and human communities. At the European Investment Bank Group, we are deeply committed to the development of our cities. In fact, we think that the development is really the foundation of the EU growth and prosperity. Let me be a bit more concrete. Last year, the EIB Group invested 18 billion euros in the development of sustainable cities and regions. This was almost a quarter of our total investments. But we are not only financier of such investments. The EIB also provides advisory support. Many of you actually work with us with our Elena services, Jaspers, the Circular City, Target. Basically, we are all together here to develop Slovenian cities to grow and prosper. Those services are now combined under the InvestEU hub. Up to date, and very unfortunately, if you ask me, we were still not able to finance directly the municipalities in Slovenia, which we actually do in the region quite a lot. We hope that the recent legislative changes that are now introduced in Slovenia are going to enable us to also put directly financial know-how to the municipalities. To have a stronger impact on ground, we are basically partnering both with public and private sector here in the country, and we cooperate closely with our key partners, as many of them you know, Seed Banka, Eco Fund, Housing Fund, also I see Matjaž here from the Regional Development Fund. So basically we try to do our best to make the stronger impact here in the country. The EIB Group also strongly believes that there is much more to do, and when people ask me, are you inclusive? Yes, we are, and let me give you just a few data points why I think this is the case. Our EIB recent study on the municipality shows that 80% of municipalities in the region basically identifies lack of funding as an impediment. Similarly, more than 70% of municipalities say that they have problem with technical expertise. Finally, only about a third of municipalities state that they provided adequate resources to tackle climate change issues. And I think this is particularly worrying if you look at the recent events in Slovenia, namely the floods. So, as the EU Climate Bank, the EIB Group stands ready to rebuild adequate climate infrastructure, support state authorities, including municipalities, in the rebuilding of Slovenia. We're also going to help the companies, of course. I conclude my introductory remarks by wishing us all that this event is going to be full of joy for the development of our cities, particularly for the future generations. Thank you very much, and I'm really looking forward to the event.
Thank you very much. Now I would like to invite to the stage the chair of Ljubljana Forum and also the founder of the GFS Institute, Mr. Blaž Golob. Let's give him a big hand for organizing this event.
Thank you, Daniela. Thank you all of you. Dober dan prvo in dobro jutro. Dobrodošli na Ljubljanskem gradu in na 13. Ljubljana forumu. So, dear participants, it is really my great pleasure to drive you through the agenda of 13th Ljubljana Forum. So we heard already the objectives, we heard already what was put forward about resilience, smart sustainable, inclusive. But let me give you on top of that just a little bit of spices, what will happen during the 2 days of forum, and where you, all of you, can, of course, be engaged, give your share, and actually take out of it what is the best for all of you. And that's important, and that's the, I would, bottom line, to get the best out of it, and what is important, what is next step. I would recall Vice Mayor when he mentioned, award is obligation. Award is a responsibility, first of all, to maintain the quality, to maintain the standard. And then, where is the place to go further? Where is the place to even further improve? So, and that's how we structure the agenda, not just every year, but this year, what is a special, super block, Barcelona example, yes. We even failed the elections because we were so radical, but we changed the city, we improved the city towards sustainability. Really looking forward for this year's keynote, Xavi, that will give us an insight, and we are really glad that he has time to come and prepare and give us an insight on how they do that. Second, after that, we'll have a session on cities for the future from different perspectives. And later on, roundtable of mayors. So mayors, at the end of the day, yes, what are our challenges? How we organize our cities? How we create our strategies? How we get insights for creation of our projects? So that will be roundtable of mayors. And then, of course, industry partners. After this, yes, dear cities, dear stakeholders, we have a solution. We can help you. We can make you things improve, and we can help you to change. So that you see the exhibition part, 5 stands. We will have long breaks, so you will have time to visit some of them and to see really the most innovative, advanced solution. Some of them very practical, because we need to get things done today. Some of them visionary. We will also hear about it. And then tomorrow, at the end of the day, wow, we have vision, we have concept, we have industry solutions. How can we do it? Who can help us? And we heard from Simon that the problem is also finance. But do we speak the same language? When I speak with bankers, EIB, they say, is the project bankable? Does municipality, project director understand what does it mean? Bankable? Okay. And then sustainable, and put things together. So we see this match coming together also tomorrow. And then project initiatives. Yes, there's some innovation startups. They will be also presented tomorrow. And then also I need to mention the KIC, Climate KIC project. It's a very important EU project. They are together with us, and they will also reshape us a little bit today and tomorrow. So that's the journey for your 2 days engagement. So I'm sure you will enjoy it. I learn every year something new. More that I know, less I know. It's never-ending story, believe me. And I'm really on a green today, as Daniela mentioned. I don't know why, but there was not red. It was a bit of yellow, but it was a clear green. And dare to ask, because it's a boutique event also, dare to come with each other with initiatives. And I wish you really a great success and a good time being here with us in Ljubljana. Thank you very much.
Okay, let me stick with this applause for a second. Okay, so this is how we usually do it, right? We clap our hands together and we give a round of applause. Because now, in a minute, I will invite our keynote speaker this morning, and I will welcome him on stage. But I would like to give something additional explanation to this clapping, right? To this applause. So let's say that this applause that you gave now to Blaž was like this, like medium, right? Okay. Now, yeah. So, but it is okay. So it's the same with the situations, with the smart cities. If we leave it like this, well, is it okay? Yeah, maybe in some cases yes, maybe in some cases not, right? But we know we can do it higher, right? As we also know that with our solutions, with our knowledge, we can improve dramatically the situations in our environment, in our cities. So let me do a barometer with you, right? We like to measure stuff like ESG compliance and stuff. Like we like to do reports and measure stuff. Okay, so let's measure. So it is like the applause was 5. Okay, so now let's try to repeat this 5. Okay, let's do it again. Okay, can you clap and applause? All right. Okay, now make it a little bit higher. No, back. Okay, so this short demonstration, however, might like feel awkward, but it has a very serious psychological effect on us. Okay, and as we contribute to the society, to the smart city, to the sustainable future, we need to encourage ourselves to clap really high, not only in real clapping, but also metaphorically, right? So the future needs this energy. So with this energy, let's also welcome on stage our keynote speaker, Mr. Javier Matila, architect and urban planner from Barcelona, who will present Superilla, Superblock, a city redefined. I'm very curious. Welcome.
Thank you, everyone, for this high clapping, no pressure. I feel really honored to have been invited to give today this keynote. So thank you so much for your invitation, class, Rock, to have the opportunity to talk not only about my city, Barcelona, and my recent work there, but also to talk about cities. Since currently all cities are facing the same challenges and the same problems all around the world. I guess this forum is about the future of the city, and I guess all the people that we are here today are concerned and occupied working in how to improve these cities and their future. But let me start just admitting, Let me start admitting that we don't really know how the future of the city will be. And if there is someone who knows, please, I give you the floor. And it is even worse, because all the visions that we can watch on a movie, read on a book about this future of the cities are rather catastrophic, apocalyptic, are not a positive future. So what we do know is that we need to provide, positive visions of the future of the city. We need to fight against this pessimistic future. We need to provide this new positive, provide hope about the city, and doing while we are transforming it. We need real changes to show that this is possible, a positive future for our cities. Because we already do know that city needs a change. First, to adapt climate change impacts. We already know we are in a boiling and/or floating world right now, so this is not a drill. This is a serious problem we need to address. We need to change city to improve quality and health in our cities. Corona crisis show us that it's quite important to put, again, health in the center of the public policies, urban planning, and urbanism in general. For instance, in Barcelona, the figures about the impacts of health are really serious. We are talking about almost 1,000 premature deaths in our city because of the air pollution in our city. And third, we need to address our public space in our cities. We have a city grounded in a car-based design model where mobility has occupied for many years more than 50% of the surface of our streets, of our public space. And we need to recover, we need to reconquer this space, not only for mobility, but also for people, for social relations, to improve these environmental conditions of our cities. And this is what we tried to do last year in Barcelona with Superblock project, provide a positive vision of the future while we were transforming at the same time the public space of of our cities, trying to give this positive message. To give you an idea, we had at least 300 delegations that visited us during the 2022 year. The first questions that all of them asked us as a first point was, how did you make it possible? So this lecture is more or less a brief answer to this question, how was able to start this transformation in the city of Barcelona. Of course, first there is a model. The model of Superblock is quite simple, but at the same time quite powerful. The idea is how can we shift from a urban mobility model based basically on car into a new mobility model that can be more efficient. And more efficient means that it's less polluting, of course, but it's also less efficient, occupying less room in our cities. And this is only one way to get this goal, that is promoting walking, biking, and public transport, to free some of these streets, some of this public space up, to transform it into new spaces for people, for different social activities, for increased greener areas, and so on. And there is also a new idea for the streets. How can we shift from this 19th century approach to the street, just understand that the street is only a matter of payment, and try to understand and to show that the city can be both an environmental and a social infrastructure. Cities can provide new environmental conditions, new solutions. We can improve our water cycle management. We can decrease temperatures in our cities. We can improve the relations between the private realm and the public realm, just improving the quality of public space. This is a way to invite people to understand that public space is not only a place to move through, but it's also a place where gathering, where share activities, where combine public and private activities. And the most important thing is to start the transformation. This is a picture of our first pilot project of Superblock in the neighborhood of Poblenou in Barcelona. There is no perfect moment to start this kind of transformation, and I have two recommendations today. Never start after a holidays period. In Barcelona, this first project was set up during the first days of September, where all people were coming back from their holidays, and then they realized that everything had changed in the neighborhood. The transit was quite different. It was a really complicated moment for the city council. We fortunately were able to fix it, but never start after the holidays, for sure. It won't be easy. You already know. You can never reach just the greetings for everyone. There will be people that obviously need time. We are promoting cultural changes. We are inviting people to change their daily behavior. So it's important to understand that it's needed time. To the officials, it's good to know, don't be panic, just resist and defend the proposals, the changes. Be transparent. From this very first moment, we set up a participatory process in order to be absolutely transparent with all the information, creating spaces where was able to exchange opinion between people, some of them enthusiastic, others against the project. The woman in the center is our deputy mayor, and just defending and exchanging how could we improve the transformation. And it's absolutely essential to provide data. After the time that it's needed for these changes, it's absolutely essential to get enough data to show that all these changes lead us to a positive situation. For instance, in Barcelona, in the Superblock of Sant Antoni neighborhood, beyond the rescue of this huge surface of public space that right now is for people, not for cars, it was able to show that we were able to reduce the amount of cars that are crossing not only the street that were transformed, but also all around the area of the neighborhood. Or we were also able to show people that we were reducing the air pollution of this area in terms of dioxide of nitrogen of almost 25%, particles 17%. We are also monitoring with qualitative polls to people to understand how are they feeling, how are they living these different changes, in order to have real information to improve the different transformations. We already know that that kind of transformations are a booster to increase the social activities in these streets. In Sant Antoni, before Superblock, there were less than 5 social activities on the streets. After Superblock, it increased over 30 social activities in this area. And when you are able to show people that the changes are working out, it is the moment to scale it up. And so we did in 2019. We launched this new vision of Superblock, understanding that we could shift from this first small experience in Poblenou and understand that the idea was useful to create this new environmental and social infrastructure, just moving to a new urban mobility model, yes. Creating this new green streets network, not only creating proximity conditions in the different neighborhoods, but also connecting the different neighborhoods between them. And this is also a way to explain that all the streets can be improved in our cities. All the streets can be improved. Some of them just with a bike lane. It's very powerful to introduce a bike lane. For instance, this is a new one that we set up in 2020 in one of the main streets of the city of Barcelona. After these 4 years, the use of bikes has increased this 11% in Barcelona, or also transforming big avenues in the city. This is the Meridian Avenue, one of the main axes of the city that connect the city with the northern side of the territory. This is how it was before the 90s. There was a first transformation during the 90s. It was basically a pavement widening, but there still was this big, I think it's 30 meters wide, strip asphalt in the middle. And the final transformation set up during the last years, where we introduced this new central area with a new double bike lane in both directions and also a double 3 lanes, in order to improve the landscape, but also the feeling and how people is able to cross through this street, just approaching facades, make it easier, make it safer for people, introducing, as I said, the bike lanes, when there was possible, even widening the central area and introducing pliable areas for children. And we already know that after 2 years of this transformation, the amount of cars has been reduced in this figure, 15,000 cars per day. And we are focusing right now in this center area of the city. This is the Eixample. This is probably, from environmental conditions, the worst area in the city of Barcelona. Is the area with the highest density level, with the most important shortage of green areas, with the highest air pollution level. So we identify which were being the 21 streets that is expected to be transformed during the next years, in order to create this system, to create a sort of systemical transformation. So the idea is not only to transform one of 3 streets, but transform a systemical area in order to approach these green areas to all the neighborhoods living there. And we have already finished these 4 phase projects. This is the Sant Antoni Superblock that was finished in 2018, and these are the new ones, 4 streets and 4 squares in these junction areas that has been transformed recently. This is how was, this street is Consell de Cent during the Corona lockdown, and we take advantage of the problem, but try to, by tactical interventions, to start the transformation, reducing car lanes. And this is how is currently, if I can go to the next slide. Yes, this is how is currently. This picture was took this July. The city has been absolutely transformed. People has occupied the center of the city. This is a good message. Put the people on the center, literally, in this case, increasing green areas and so on. And these are the achievements of the transformation, more data to show people that it's working out. There were planted more than 400 trees. It means that the shade increased from 60% to 80%. It also means that with a change of pavement from asphalt to stone, it was able this summer to reduce the temperature on -5 degrees this summer. It was also a really increase of green areas all around. We shifted from 1% of the surface to 10%. We introduced new solutions for water drainage. And also mean just to strengthen the local economy, to strengthen the revenues for local commerce, and also to convert this area as a place to gather and to meet people. So this is also powerful to introduce in this kind of transformations, this kind of urban furniture where people is able to sit, to gather, to play, to do whatever they want. And it's also important, the transformation is able in these junction areas. This is also a tactical intervention that we set up during 2020. Someone accused us to be turning Barcelona into a board game. You know, in Spain there is a very famous board game called Parchís. There are 4 players, 4 colors, so someone was complaining that we were turning Barcelona into a board game. But reality, this tactical action was that allow us to start the transformation, reducing car lanes, showing that mobility in the surrounding area was not a problem with this direction. And thanks to this transformation, was able to finish it and to transform what used to be 2,000 square meters of asphalt into a new garden. And right now, this new area. Trees will need time to grow up, but we can enjoy this area. And we try to introduce different activity areas for children, for elderly people, in order to provide the different facilities that can be used for everyone. And let me finish with another project below the superblock idea. It's regarding schools in our city. Regarding probably schools are probably the most important facility in our cities. There is where our children spend most of their time. But it's also powerful because it's a perfect map of different hot spots all around the city. It's a kind of acupuncture map where you can think if you are able to improve all these spots, you will be able to improve the entire city. So we started as a proposal coming from our mayor, Colau, to improve the surrounding areas of the schools of the city. We have almost 600 schools. So the goal was to improve one of 3 streets, and we reached it. At the end of 2023, we had improved more than 200 schools, and it also means to reduce car lanes, to introduce bus lanes, bike lanes, to reduce the speed limit in the city, quite important in order to improve their quality. And there are some pictures showing what transformation were this area. This is what we call a school street, just removing cars. There are really fast and cheap actions. They're not complex. They're a tactical one. I think they have some more pictures. This is a picture on the ground. And how is it right now, where not only families and children can use, but also neighborhoods during all the week. And as Deputy Mayor Rock said before, Barcelona, fortunately, is not alone in this challenge. And this is my last message. I think it's important to understand that it's not an individual challenge for the cities, it's a collective challenge, and we need all the cities committed in this transformation, work together, exchange knowledge, learn from each other in order to go ahead together in these new cities that we need for the future. And that's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Xavi. This was really excellent and was really great to learn about the very famous name coming from Barcelona, but also being a champion and also in the architecture. So now, before we move and before I introduce the chair of the next session, I would like to invite Mr. Miha Muran. He has a surprise for us and a gift. He's a traditional guest of Ljubljana Forum, an artist and a designer. And just before we move with the agenda, 2-3 words from Miha, the traditional partner of Ljubljana Forum. Please, Miha.
So, ladies and gentlemen, good morning from my side as well. I'm very happy that I can be now here for maybe 7th edition of the 13th edition of Ljubljana Forum. So as a partner of Ljubljana Forum, our company, AMI Corporation, has prepared for you tickets that you have on your seats. And these tickets are for the event that we are organizing for the past 2 years. It will happen next week at Brdo Estate near city of Kranj. It's called Art Expo Ljubljana, and we will have around 400 different artists there, more than 200 companies that are included in process of connecting culture and business together. We'll have around 100 events happening in 4 days, so from Thursday to Sunday. And of course, we will have the round table with Blaž, with Jan, and with Jos. Where is Jos? There's no, there. So yeah, TIA Summit, Ljubljana Forum, and so on. So you're all invited to come and to enjoy also art in the city. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Miha. And yes, before we move with the first chairman, and this is important, I really like to express a big thank to all chairwomen and chairmen that are engaged, that will run through every one of you through the sessions. And first of all, I would like to invite Mr. Jan Kune. He called himself digital nomad, so he's all around, who will drive us through the next session. Mr. Jan Kune, please, the floor is yours.
All right, it's like coming back. It's like coming back to the families of creators, the family of doing things right. And Xavier, thank you very much for your introduction on that one, because it follows along a framework of innovation. It starts with you. Understand the underlying signals. And we saw it. If we need a problem statement this year, we don't need it anymore. Floods in Slovenia, floods all around the world, wildfires, we understand it now. Imagine the unimaginable. Take the biggest road you have in Barcelona and turn it into a living space. Just imagine that, as Ljubljana did, kicking out the cars and open up the space for walking. So imagine the unimaginable. We, and this is a core question, and that's why we are here, wonder how we can solve the problem together. There's no one single shot. It's always going to be coming together as we do here. And then be brave enough to recreate the world we're living in. And I know it's not easy. I'm a corporate guy. I was responsible for corporate money. It's much harder for city representatives because you're taking care of the money of the citizens. And it's quite a challenge, you know. On one side, you should be innovative because we're living in exponential times and we need exponential solutions for that. And at the same time, you're taking care of the money and the well-being of the citizens. And in this sort of bipolar world, it's great to see things happening. And Rock, I hope it's okay if I introduce you with Rock, because Schneideritzer something. I'm not so good in pronunciation, so it's great to have Rock here, because Ljubljana, as we all know, is the most beautiful city in the world. We heard that a couple of times. But besides that, there's a constant drive on that, a constant drive to improve, to get a bit better day by day. So, Rock, I would like to invite you now on stage to get you an inspiring space for getting us, for moving us together to recreate the world we're living in. Give Rock a hand. And we know this one. Yeah. Thank you, Rock.
Thank you very much. Hello again. I'm sorry, I'm not able to speak after quite short night, and I will read again. I just need to check here. Okay. So the theme of resilient and smart city is not something new for Ljubljana. I dare to say that this has long tradition based on the heritage of conscious architects who intervened in the urban substance in a special way, with an ear for the human-scale public space green system, with an exceptional sense of the context of the built and natural environment. Here, the heritage of LJUBLJANA is the first place which has been included in the UNESCO list of the heritage of humanity since 2021 for his arrangement of public space in Ljubljana named as human-centered urban design. The UNESCO rationale contains values that are still relevant today. Plečnik architectural interventions are based on harmonic relationship with the context of the space and its natural possibilities. The city is not built anew, but improved with small or large-scale interventions. New architectural ensembles, buildings, and urban accents. The relationship with the past is established in various ways, from adapting the urban network and incorporating existing structures through architectural reminiscences and by establishing new cityscapes. The new urban space is not limited to a specific use, but has various functions, and the whole is thus imbued with new meanings. This was followed by the vision of transforming the cities from the inside out. The redesign of streets and squares is part of the general concept of expanding central pedestrian areas in Ljubljana. Its concept was visionally established in 2007 by Professor Janez Koželj. My longtime predecessor, he's here among us, I hope, and he implemented the urban transformation of the city center of Ljubljana, which also includes river embankments, as the river is one of the key motives and generators of public space in the city core. Maintaining and developing different and diverse forms of public transport is key to support and encourage residents in these areas, as well as to revitalizing and transform urban space with new programs. Just as public transport is important for transformed streets and squares, bridges are also important for transformed river embankments. With bridges and picturesque riverside area, which was a degraded area mainly, used as parking lot. Sorry, I have to come back. Yes. Was transformed into a connected longitudinal park on both river banks. Every new bridge is river stop, prepared for the future river public transportation. Since the river was once, before the regulation of the riverbed, the main traffic street for merchants' boats, the existing urban morphology is already connected to the riverside space. Above all, it was necessary to recognize this potential and to have the courage to decide on the reintegration of the river with the city, this time based on the values of open public space. The result showed very quickly. This space became a magnet for walkers and cyclists. New programs, it changed people's behavior, forming new community experiencing urban life. These spaces encourage people to stay and to stroll. They encourage ever new events in the public space, such as street theater, boating, sports events, and other on the river, concerts, science festival for the youngest, and etc. I'm showing you some examples from last years now. It is a continuation of the renovation, which is based on the original concept to spread the quality public arrangements as generators of development and values from inside out, to connect city with its green surroundings, with green environment, with a singular intervention of public spaces like this one. This is an Plečnik theater, which was completely forgotten here in the Tivoli Park, and this is a reconstruction opened in this year, last month. And there are some other possibilities, some other examples of connecting city center of Ljubljana to the natural environment, like here over the south with landscape natural park Ljubljansko Barlje, Ljubljana Marsh, and Ljubljanica River. Here is one very nice opportunity. We are collaborating with some other cities through invitation of Barcelona, with Paris and Alveira, and Barcelona for the project connecting city center along the river, so refurbishment of river embankment here in degraded area towards the landscape park and connecting it with another public park here established a few years ago. This is that park I mentioned before. Sorry. We integrated here also urban gardening, which is very popular here in Ljubljana, and it's of course part of commitment for transition of the habits of the inhabitants. Another example, along Ljubljanica River on eastern part of the city. And another one by the Sava River. And of course, this is the main goal to, as I mentioned before, Ljubljana is very proud to the title of Green Capital of Europe, and the next goal is for sure climate neutrality. And it is very wide and very deep topic, and I'm very sure that we will talk a lot about this today. It is our first communication tool for this project. Next month we are opening a communication point in the city center of Ljubljana, and this is another, the newest example here, the connection, the pedestrian and cyclist bridge in the middle of landscape park Barje, so-called vodovodny bridge, so water pipe bridge. And this is from a photo from yesterday. This is one of the most important projects we were waiting for last 10 years, probably, which will connect the whole Ljubljana urban area, the cyclist around Ljubljansko Barje. What is probably one of the most important natural reserves and recreational areas of Ljubljana. Thank you very much, and I'm very happy to be here and to discuss further. Thank you.
You rock. Excellent. I think around 80% of all cities around the world are built along a river, or they are situated at the seaside, which is a gift. And at the same time, it's a challenge, as we experienced this year in Slovenia with all the floods. So it's good to see municipalities moving along and saying how to integrate that in a human way and how to put the human into the center. And yesterday I was in the city of Rijeka. And we had the discussion there about, sustainable developments there. And one of the quotes there was, if you want to do something in this area, in the old Austrian-Hungarian sort of realm, you should check what's happening in Vienna. Well, that's what we're going to do with Dominic together. We met yesterday and we had some talks and thoughts. And he asked me, hey, Jan, should I present the upfront side, like the catalog side, or should I talk about the challenges? And he answered that question for himself. I'm going to talk about the challenges, putting the cake on the plate. So give Dominic a hand on that one. 100 projects of Vienna try to get climate neutral. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everybody. Blaž, Rock, Simon, thanks for organizing this event. Thanks for having me here. Thanks for being in the far ahead, most beautiful city in the world, of course. Well, international cooperation, it's not that easy, actually. And if this event would be a single event, I'm honest, it would be a little bit useless. There are hundreds of events like this. But I really appreciate it's the 13th edition of this event, and I think you managed to create something special. Because when I came here, actually, yesterday, and I talked to Jan, I got the feeling, well, yes, you are somehow like really a family. I'm jealous, that's my first time here, because I think you need to be a family. You need to understand each other. You need to know each other, because this is the only way or opportunity for internal cooperation. Saying, well, exchange views and work together, yeah, that's very easily spoken. I have said that at least 500 times around the world. But it's very hard, and I have the feeling you're doing something here different, and I really appreciate that. So actually, I'm very honored to be here. Today, yes, I'm giving you, I try to give you an honest speech. I really want to kind of highlight the problems, not that much on single projects, because in my point of view, the projects, they are in the supply chain at the end of the day. Very much often they are nice to have. I've been visiting so many cities where we worked on this IoT project and this AI project, and for the mayor, it was always perfect, but it has no impact at all. So if you really want to transform your city into a climate neutral city, well, this job is a different one. And I have to start with a very strong disappointment, because I feel I'm a little bit in the wrong event here, because the subline of this event is becoming CO2 neutral by 2030, and the city of Vienna will 100% fail by doing that, because we will not be able to be CO2 neutral by 2030. Honestly, I do not know a single city actually who will be CO2 neutral by 2030. Once Copenhagen actually said they will do that, I went there and figured out that it's just a big marketing joke. Nevertheless, when it comes to the city of Vienna, well, we have very serious problems, but we reached a stage where we are honest on that. I will not bother you with this multi-crisis and the world is getting down and we all will die. No, it's not about that, you know. Multi-crisis is opportunities. But there's one thing, and please forgive me, in my presentation I will jump a little bit around. I think you're intellectual, able to follow me. Demographic change, I really put it in the top just yesterday when I was in the train and doing my presentation, because somehow the circle always closing. In Vienna, we have around 120,000 people working for the city government. If you exclude nurses and teachers, it's still 80,000 people working for the city government. 20,000 of them are getting retired in the next 10 years. So when we talk about international cooperation between cities, it's as well a question of competition. In Vienna, we are hosting 230,000 students. Pretty much sure many of them are coming from Rijeka, Ljubljana, Belgrade, Sarajevo, Zagreb. And I'm really honest to you, I'm really up in kind of getting them, you know. It's a competition. We are really running out of skills. We are running out of students. We are running out of professional workers. And that has a huge impact of our city. I will come on that a little bit later when I'm talking about how we do to install photovoltaic power plants on our roofs. It's not a question of money. It's a question of lack of workers. We don't have enough human resources to put that much photovoltaic on our roofs. We actually are able to buy. That's the point. Opportunities, I'm very honest to you, it has no impact at all if Ljubljana and Vienna is CO2 neutral. The world is not caring about that. Just to give you a matter of fact, we have put so much CO2 in our atmosphere, then even the entire world stops in putting CO2 emission in the atmosphere. The world will for sure heat up the next 100 years. That's a matter of fact. So I'm a little bit fed up by talking about climate change. It's much more about climate adaptation. At least it has to be a balance. We have to shape our cities to be resilient. Yesterday, 5th of October, we had 30 degrees in Vienna. In Vienna, it's not Barcelona. Barcelona is probably built for a city with 30 degrees. Vienna, it's not resilient enough to overcome these problems. So opportunities, yes, it's as well for us in the city of Vienna. I'm very honest to you. It's a business opportunity. I'm 100% sure the solutions in order to establish or create products in order to overcome all this multi-crisis, they have to be established in cities like Ljubljana, Vienna, Rijeka, Barcelona. It will not be a city somewhere, I don't know. It has to be very high developed cities where civil servants are able to work with the private sector, with the scientific area on their infrastructure. And this kind of, mixture is a little bit unique. There are not that many cities in the world who are actually able to offer this combination. For us, it's a business case. We want to be a forerunner and a front-runner city because this is the only way we will still be attractive in the next 100 years. That's it. That's the reason why we are very, very eager in putting investment money in order to become CO2 neutral, because we are very eager to develop solutions which we want to sell in the world. And that's what we're doing. That's the reason why I'm not here today, but always open for further cooperations. Nevertheless, the challenges are there, and that's the biggest challenge. And I will not talk about super block projects and IoT stuff. In the city of Vienna, we do burn 2 billion cubic meter of gas, 100% coming from Russia every year. Every year. And 2 billion cubic meter of gas, go home and figure out how many cubic meter of gas you burn in your city. I tell you, 2 billion, That's astonishing a lot. That's really, really tremendous a lot. Because at the moment, around 80% of the entire end energy of our city is coming from burning gas. And now we have 2023, and in 17 years we want to become CO2 neutral. CO2 neutral. That doesn't mean 1,000 cubic meter or 500, no, it means 0 cubic meter gas. And that is something which we will not overcome by implementing an AI project. There you need really systematic improvements and changes. And that's what I'm doing. Of course, I will show you some projects as well, but I'm here to tell you how cities have to overcome in order to shape their entire structure new. Otherwise, you will 100% fail by reducing 2 billion cubic meter of gas per year. This actually, coming back to the climate adaptation, I'm just showing you we are very into in monitoring costs, investments, bringing in the right balance. We do know actually from 2030 on, we will have to invest a lot of money just in repairing our infrastructure because it's getting more and more destroyed because actually our city is not resilient enough in order to overcome 40 degrees in the city of Vienna. And this is not including, let's say, the entire health sector. This is just, we are very much sure, and it will be more than 1 billion euro by 2030. We have to put additional in the budget in order to fix the streets and to overcome flooding whatsoever, you know? So it is a business case always coming back. It's not about climate change itself, it's as well very much strong about climate adaptation. And I think you in Slovenia, and I was here in summer on holiday, I saw what happened actually, you know what's going on. The starting position in Vienna, I mentioned before, yes, luckily us, it is quite good. We have a very good starting position, and at the moment the people like to live in Vienna. Vienna is famous for the most livable city in the world. I don't care about that much, you know. Of course, it always depends who you ask and how you actually are raising the question. But the problem is, of course, the people in Vienna, they are used to have high quality. And for us, actually, it does not make my life better. Because once the metro line is 2 minutes late, and that's a fact because we're monitoring, once the metro line in Vienna is 2 minutes late, 100 people call the city. 2 minutes, 100. It's always the same. So people are just used to the metro lines on time. And that's actually very much tricky when the world is so much changing and there is so many crises you have to adapt on. It's very much tricky to actually to keep the satisfaction of the people high. This is more a political problem. That's the reason why my mayor always tells me, well, Dominic, I know you want to adapt and change everything, but think about the people, you know? They still have to vote me. And I say, yeah, of course. I'm 100% aware of that. Nevertheless, you know that, and I skip that because you all know that. Just one last slide, because the right-hand side, infrastructure ownership, this is still something I strongly believe many cities in Europe at least do have in common. In the city of Vienna, we say from the cradle to the grave, we do own our infrastructure. We never privatized. And this is something very special because there is no one else to blame. It is not like in London who can say to the private utility provider of the mobility transport system, make it better. It is always everything in the hand of the city of Vienna, which is tricky, but it puts us in the driving seat. And that's the reason why it is up to us to change our infrastructure. And yes, of course, we talked about that yesterday. The housing issue, it has a social dimension. 1 million out of 2 million people do live in a flat which is partly or fully owned by the city. It's the biggest social housing project in the world, next to Singapore. And of course, this is important because 1 million people of the city of Vienna pay maximum €7.50 per square meter. So living in Vienna is extremely cheap. But when it comes to energy efficiency, climate change, when it comes to retrofitting our buildings, we do own 490,000 flats as a city. So it's up to us to start retrofitting. It's not up to us to say, well, you in the private sector, please start retrofitting your buildings. They say, well, you start first. And I said, okay, let's start together and find solutions together. But this is a game changer, and this makes probably the city of Vienna something a little bit special. The times of strategies and plans, it's over. You know, it's over. We have produced tons and tons of paperwork. Even myself, I was very proud of it. A lot of them is useless. But now actually we have to bring it up, we have to bring it down, we have to scale it up. If your cities are still working on master plans, forget it. Just go somewhere else, make a copy-paste, as we did. We were doing this super block stuff as well. No, we went to Barcelona, copy-paste, 100%, it works out. Programs, strategies, forget it. 17 years, CO2 neutral, that's done. The problem is, oh, thanks. No. The problem is, you know, as a city structure, for, I would say, in Vienna, 250 years, we are very professional in our sectoral departments. We are very strong in the mobility sector, in the energy sector, energy efficiency sector. We have actually 4 departments for energy: efficiency, renewable, energy strategy, energy planning. The world outside is just complex. Everything is interacting. This is a model, this is a picture of my company. On the left-hand side, you see the departments: urban planning, real estate, digitalization, climate, energy. And on the right-hand side, you see our projects, and you see how my people, and we are 60, how they interact in these projects. And it just shows perfectly the transformation of a city infrastructure is not, it can't be solved with single projects. It is about interaction. The world is complex, the infrastructure belongs to each other, and this is something where I do see from a cultural perspective, so many cities struggle, because they're still going back to their comfort zone. Now we do mobility planning. Yes, do mobility planning, but think about where to storage energy in the building sector, where you're producing energy. A car is not a car, it's a battery. So it's getting tricky, cultural thing, governance. In order to be able to transform your city, it's not the problem of technique anymore. It's honestly, it's not always the problem of money. It's a problem of governance process. And that's what we are doing. That's actually where at least I put 99% of all my energy I'm putting in governance and not in anything else. Jan, you tell me when I'm running out of time, because that can be happen. Facts. In Vienna, we know exactly what to do. We know exactly how we will become CO2 neutral. And honestly, we know exactly how much money it will cost. We know exactly how much energy we use in the building sector, in the transport sector, in the waste sector. And we know actually how it works. And now I'm very sorry, a couple of slides will be in German. And this slide is not that easy, but take a deep breath to understand it. Yeah? Nowadays, actually, we are burning gas. In 17 years, we will not burn gas. We will produce energy with electricity. So we're changing from thermal heat, producing with gas, into energy, which is coming from electricity. Hopefully a lot with photovoltaic, but not that much. And I'm telling you, it's a better slide. And this is in German, and I promise I will send you this slide, and it will be in English as well. But I will stick here 2 minutes, because it's really important. I know it's not that easy. District heating. District heating is a solution for the future of cities. At the moment, around 500,000 buildings are heated by district heating systems. In the moment, we actually produce energy for district heating by burning gas. In 2040, we will have a lot of geothermal power plants. We are digging. We have now 4 digging spots down to 4,000 meters. There's water, 100 degrees. But, of course, heating pumps. Heating pumps will be a solution. They are running by electricity. Yes, there will be gas as well, but it will be renewable gas. Okay? So, if you understand that, right-hand side, the city of Vienna will need a way more electricity than it is using now. At the end of the day, the full energy will be less. But the question is, where will this electricity coming from? Not produced in the city of Vienna. In 2040, we will be able, just if we are able, to produce 200 football fields of photovoltaic per year from now on. Think about skills of workers. We are failing. Nevertheless, in 2040, 1/4 of the entire electricity will come from our local area. 3/4 will have to be imported. And that's the reason why I'm here. Because Austria, Vienna, we need to fix cooperations with Slovenia, Hungary, Slovakia, Czech Republic, Germany, because we will not be able to produce this electricity by our own, because by our surrounding areas, not in my backyard. In the city of Vienna, no space. I know, I'm running out of time. 3 more minutes, that's actually fine. 2 more. Budget, I'm not telling you about that. It's the budget of the city of Vienna is 18 billion euros per year. That's a lot. And still, when it comes to climate change, we are very, you can't measure actually, where we don't have data. So we are very eager and actually monitor exactly what we're doing. We don't exactly know actually where we have to put money in it. And that's the reason why this slide is coming up. It's in German, I'm very sorry, I apologize. But it says exactly how much money we need in order to retrofit our building. That's here at the top, number 1, retrofitting. Number 2 is district heating. Number 3 is retrofitting and district. So we know exactly how much money we have to invest in order to transform this infrastructure. This slide is 2 years old. It says 50 billion euros. Well, I would say it's rather 70 or 80. But it's an investment. It is in our budget. Last week, we finished the budget for the next year, and we agreed on around 2 billion euro for a retrofitting project. That's a lot. So, and now actually this project, probably just read it afterwards, there's a lot of projects going on, Data is the gold. We're doing everything what I told you before is just able because we do modeling. We are working with geodata from satellites, we are working with Google, we're working with the IBMs of this world. We know what to do because we have the data set. We are working with the digital twins and so on, and this is important, I'm telling you. Governance as well. This is actually just the chart of our working groups for the phasing out of gas. Phasing out of gas, we have 600,000 gas stations in our flats. The transformation and reducing of 600,000 gas boilers needs this governance chart. Each bubble is a working group. It involves around 60 city departments and another 120 private companies. Governance issue. You will not manage if you will not have the right governance. And so on, and district thermal heat energy participation. Barcelona example, we are very much eager in involving citizens because this goes hand in hand. There would be many projects, solar power plants. We have a very strong sale and lease back model where we give the opportunity to our citizens to join and interact and participate. Otherwise, we will not, that's my last slide. Otherwise, we will not have the commitment because transformation of a city like Vienna, in order what I have said, means digging up the street, construction sites everywhere. We are building on 4 metro lines. Do you think this is nice to live on such construction sites for the next 20 years? You have to involve the citizens, otherwise they will always be against that. I'm finishing here. There are a couple of more slides. I hope actually you're getting the slides, so you can always contact me, and I'm always happy and open for share views. Thank you very much.
All right, I promise you he's not showing the catalog side, he's showing the challenges. Thanks for, and I want to challenge you, by the way, Dominic. It's good to learn. You said that, and it's good to learn worldwide. And I think tomorrow you will see some solutions coming from some totally different background, which help us to build up digital public infrastructure, which is needed to have all this governance running. But coming from this digital world to one other very important part, which makes our life livable, Actually, we consist out of it 80%. Who knows what it is? Water. Water is the spirit of life. And we're going to hear from Lydia. Please give her a hand about how well-being and resilient cities can be managed by water management. Lydia, yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Blaž, for inviting me. Probably he invited me because I'm a president of Slovenian Water Managers. Myself, I'm working a lot with water in Slovenia and also in Europe. And I'm really challenged now. Why? Because it was really very motivated speech by Dominic, speaking on very global level. I will start with very local level, go to global, regional, and then come back to local. So I live along Ljubljanica. I see every morning what is going on along the Ljubljanica River in Trnovo. And yeah, it has changed a lot. Though Ljubljanica is a big river, not very big, but it's not just in Ljubljana. It is coming all the way from karstic area in Slovenia. It has a big, big catchment behind, and everything what is coming in the water, it's really coming from outside Ljubljana. So doing water management is actually doing and looking not just on the cities, but on the region and catchments. I myself, I'm a civil engineer working in hydroscience for many years, and last years I am involved in work on the European Topic Center for Biodiversity and Ecosystems. This was previously just water topic center, and there was another, biodiversity, we have joined, and we are doing European level studies on this. And I'm also working in this sustainability transition topic center. That's thinking a lot about our future and also doing foresight studies. So I will not talk about this. I will just give you some very traditional elements on water management, and then, as I said, coming to the local level in Ljubljanica back. So please, do I put the, okay, just let me try. So when I prepared the slides yesterday, there are just 11 slides. So I hope I will finish before as scheduled. So my concept of thinking, it's really, we are all the time thinking what is natural and what is engineered. And in water management, actually, we are really working with natural processes in built environment. So knowing natural processes and knowing built environment, it's a challenge, as it is. So I said, okay, benefits and threats of engineered water cycles for cities. This is something that I'm trying to communicate with you, let's say to share with you my thoughts on this. And I say, if there are larger benefits and lower threats that are caused by engineered water cycles, there is well-being and prosperity in cities. So I'm looking the world through the benefits and threats. And looking and commenting this, okay, we are aware what is natural and what is engineered. And water management in cities and in catchment as a general is a challenging process because it is very integrative, very complex, because basically there are things that are not seen outside. But they are managed, they are thought of by a lot of knowledge, tradition, and of course a system that were built long ago. Drinking water supply, industrial water use. We are all aware that water supply is very much connected with the fire risk management, because our pipelines, they always say, oh, we have so large losses in systems, more than 30%, let's make them more efficient. But really large share of this water in the drinking water supply system is for the fire risk management. So we cannot avoid these losses. Of course, what is sewage, treatment plants? We are speaking all the time about this. We also have energy production. It was just said that energy and electricity, it's our future, how to produce them. And hydropower is in Slovenia and else in the world very important part of producing electricity. So everything this is in the city. So as a water manager, managers, we have to look at these elements. But I was too quick. Okay, it takes a few seconds. Okay, I put down more for my thinking, what are the benefits and what are the threats. I will leave this, you can just go quickly through this. That threats are really floods, pollution, and not really very clearly understood groundwater below the cities and groundwater outside the cities, because this is one big system. Benefits, you are speaking more all the time about benefits that water is doing to the city. Recreation along the rivers, lakes, natural parks, all are actually sustained by water. So water is really very important factor thinking about management. And this picture, okay. This picture is our basic conceptual picture that we would all the time like to communicate with you. Why? We are faced all the time with the stormwater runoff and floods, and in small cities, in catchments, where the urban area presents very small part of catchments, the relations between these water cycle elements going from precipitation and speaking on evapotranspiration, there is around 10% of runoff. So our sewage systems, our systems for the runoff, they are constructed in a way to carry on 10% of all rains. But when there are large cities, a large share of urban areas, paved urban areas with soil that does not let infiltration go to the soil, this share of runoff really increases significantly. And the flood risk and the problems that we are facing, we all know, are really getting large and large from year to year. So the floods are not just a problem of the cities itself, but downstream areas. So the floods that we have faced in Slovenia in August, of course, they were really extreme precipitation events and high rain. But the trauma that we faced in Slovenia is trauma because we are living in this water flowing down. So these are cities, these are houses that are facing trauma, not rain itself. So the trauma is about how to deal with this water, because we have a lot of water, very short time, and then most of the time, not so much water. So the water managers are really thinking what can be the well-being and resilient concepts to think, and they are all already integrated on all programs and all plans that Dominic has mentioned. Not that they are not, they are. There are many thinking innovations around in Europe, but generally speaking, really changing asphalt to granite does not solve the problem. It solves the problem of temperature, but not of the water, right? So I'm really challenging all managers and partners in cities. Please think how to change this granite to space that let water go inside the soil. Grass, I don't know, something there is time for innovation. Thank you. We need, of course, these infiltration shafts and pools, and we need, what else? Open water courses. Our cities have built and stretched streams and ditches into the closed channels, pipes. Please open them up. Please open them up. Find the public place for walking besides the water. Going from Ljubljana to Šmarna Gora, there is one very narrow path. Actually, it's a small stream, the only stream that was left for the public space, for the public path. And it is a stream and walking path for me going up to the Šmarna Gora. I really feel sorry for this water. There is no place for water to communicate with the air, to communicate with the soil left and right. No place for birds and frogs and so on. So open all streets, don't close them. And we have many of these streets in Golovec and in Drožnik. Okay, go on. Okay, sewer systems, just to remind you, there is knowledge available, everything. We need maybe not so much money, but we need to think how to make this sewer system appropriable or manageable for floods and pollution. Sewer system, just sanitary, just storm, or combined. This is a big political challenge now. I won't go into details, but we need knowledge, we need collaboration, and people who do this and think how to do this, we are not good at this in Europe, not just in Ljubljana. So pollution and floods, I have commented this already. So we are facing such problems now. You know, the Slovenska cesta. I will not go through these slides, but I will stop. I said going from regional or general, regional to local. There was a study done on bathing in the cities. As a European Topic Center, last year we have published a study where we really inquired about what is with the bathing in the city. Swimming in the natural water in the city. And clearly it is very well structured. This is a schema that we produced. What are the benefits? There are direct, indirect benefits. There are very option values. Just having clean water and not really using for, it's really an option value that we are more and more aware, and also non-use values. Just that existence and idea that the water is clear is a big value. So this is from the study. You have below the link to this study. What is now? This is the map that we produced. What are the bathing waters in Europe? 4,000 European bathing waters. This is one quarter of all European bathing waters that are declared as bathing waters. This means that they are managed by authorities, are in urban areas. So one quarter of the inhabitants can access bathing water within the city. There are some countries that are really doing well. And this is Austria and Vienna specifically. And these dots are really showing where are these cities and which cities in Europe are really popping out as really managing bathing waters in cities very well. And this is Vienna, this is Barcelona, it is Copenhagen, Berlin, and this year also, or next year, there will be Olympics in Paris, and Essen. And what they have, of course, problems with storm water, but they have very well decision supporting system with the very good digital systems who are monitoring all the time water and doing and supporting management decisions. And about Ljubljana, we had after the war, Second World War, we have bath in Ljubljanica, in Spica and Livada, and we cannot bath there. So I challenge Ljubljana and to put, besides this zero pollution plan and nature protection, also bathing water declared in Ljubljana, that I can see from my window in Trnovo how people are swimming. Thank you.
Thank you. Just stay here. Just stay here. As a swimmer, I love to hear that. And now I do it a bit different than normally we do it on panels. So Dominic, please, and Rock, please, would you please come up on the stage for a moment? And I will turn it around. Normally, I know this is a challenge now for you, because normally you're the ones who are giving thoughts and giving input. And Rock, please come in here. I would like to change it around a bit. Now for you, what questions would you like what questions would you like to give to the audience after what you heard in your different speeches? One question. Dominic, so what question would you like to ask the audience, yourself, and your colleagues? One. We don't need answers, we need questions.
That's a tricky question. Well, it's a question which I raise myself all the time. So the question is really, how do we manage that private companies and the city administration can really work together on a higher level as we do it now?
Okay, thank you for that one. Lydia, you asked yourself one question, but you've got one more.
Okay, what is the connection between Ljubljana city and Ljubljansko barje?
All right.
In regard to water regime, floods and droughts, and nature protection.
Thank you. And Rock.
I'm asking myself all the time how much we are able to adapt ourselves to spend low energy, to need maybe less energy than we are maybe used to. And this is maybe the biggest challenge for us.
Thank you, Rock. Dominic, if you come over here so we get the photo done. And while we get the photo done, I would like to ask you, as the audience, please ask your questions to the colleagues, to the people here in the room, and start to interact, because that's the only way we can learn together. So thank you for Dominic, thank you Lydia, thank you Rock, it was a great thing. Thank you very much, and now we're going to break. Yeah. Lydia, thank you very much. Dominic was great. So the break will be half an hour break to ask the questions and to get some answers.
biosphere. A complex, subtly balanced life support system.
So, dear guests, welcome to part 2 of the Ljubljana Forum. And I hope you really enjoyed this coffee break, since now we have a very interesting panel ahead of us. And to give a little bit of flavor and the context to that, so we heard Mr. Javier talking about people demonstrating on the streets, no super blocks, right? Standing there, we don't want this sustainable thing going on, right? We want to access our streets with our cars. And this mentality is something we have to build on in order to build something that can be a sustainable and a smarter city. But yet again, then we heard Mr. Weiss from Vienna talking about, come on guys, listen, we know what we have to do, but the time is short. And we heard a lot about the realistic challenges that we have in our cities when talking about climate change, when talking about smart city. So now, I have the utmost privilege to be able to talk with the heads of municipalities on such an important topic as climate change and issues and projects until 2030 regarding the cities and their development. So without further ado, I will just call them as we have them in the program, and so that we will be seated here all together and discussing such important topic as the challenges that we face. And now I'm calling on stage the Deputy Mayor, Boštjan Koritnik, in the name of Mr. Zoran Jankovic, Mayor of Ljubljana. So, Mr. Koritnik, here you are, here on my left. Okay, one big hand for you. Thank you. Then we have Mr. Aleksandar Šapić, respected Mayor of Belgrade. Then we have Mr. Marko Filipović, Mayor of Rijeka. Then we have Mrs. Anja Margetić, Vice Mayor of Sarajevo. Mr. Dominik Weiss, Director of Urban Innovation, Vienna. Mr. János Kendernay, the Director of City Diplomacy, Budapest. And last but not least, Mr. Zdravko Jelušić, City Council, Novi Sad. But I'm not alone in this panel. Here is Mr. Blaž Golob, being my bridge between the respected guests and, of course, the audience and their questions. So, Blaž, as a keynote listener, be sharp and be the bridge as we speak. Okay, so let's go to our first question. Of course, you have heard, you have listened to the presentation. There's been many provocation to our thoughts in terms of the challenges. So let me just put this on the table and give you the opportunity not just only to tell what you're proud of in terms of the sustainability in your city, but also what are the challenges that you see facing in the near future. So let's grab some microphones, and let me start here with the guest on my right. So yes, please, question number 1.
Thank you. Probably I'm the most nervous guy here because my superior, my boss, is watching me, and I found out.
No pressure. No pressure.
Well, pressure builds people, right? So,
yes.
What are the key challenges? Ljubljana entered the mission 100 carbon neutral smart cities until 2030. So we're preparing an action plan of decarbonization until 2030. The key challenges are probably the same with all the cities: public transport, energetics, energy rehabilitation of buildings, and of course cooling down the city. Ljubljana executed in the previous years, so I can take the thanks, even though I'm here 1 year, of more than 2,400 projects in these fields, all in order to raise the quality of lives of the inhabitants of Ljubljana, and of course the tourists which come to Ljubljana in every year higher number. and we will continue to do that. But the key lies not only with the municipality, but also with other stakeholders. State, the infrastructure is the key, railways are the key. Of course, the transit traffic across Ljubljana should be regulated. Business entities, they should also do some green transformation of industry, industrial facilities, and of course households, energy rehabilitation of their buildings, solar panels, and so on.
Is this goal, however, realistic? We heard from Mr. Weiss, come on guys, let's not fake it. This is like, it's a too short time span. What do you think? Will Ljubljana really be carbon neutral in 2030? I know this is a sweaty question, but
Well,
what are your predictions?
I'm a politician now, so they say, fake it till you make it. I believe if you don't believe it, we won't do it. I have a motto in life. They all knew it's not possible, and then one came who didn't know that, and he succeeded. So I believe we can follow that, and we are doing our best, and I hope and I believe it will be enough.
Okay, so better to stand with high standards, and then achieving half of it is more than nothing. Okay, all right. So let's move forward, Mr. Šapić. The same question goes to you. So what are the challenges that you're facing? What are the projects?
Pa ja ću pokušati da se nadovežem na ovo čemu je moj uvaženi kolega govorio i da praktično potvrdim da to jesu, kao što je javni prevoz, uvek zagađenje u današnje vreme, naročito u velikim sredinama i gusto naseljenim sredinama kao što je Beograd. Tako da to svakako jesu jedni od glavnih problema koji će vjerojatno zauvek ostati problemi, jer njih nikada nećemo do kraja uspeti da rešimo.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so I would like to, in a way, continue with what my colleague said before. I just want to confirm that all these challenges that he mentioned are, let's say, common challenges for all the cities, and especially for great environments and great cities such as Belgrade. So public transport definitely is one of the challenges, and it provokes a lot of pollution. So yeah, that's...
Mi smo na tu temu, od momenta kad sam ja došao na mesto gradonačelnika pre nekih godinu i par meseci, već uradili značajne promene. Prvo, doneli smo odluku da u roku od par godina nemamo više autobuse i javni prevoz na naftu i na benzin, već da potpuno pređemo na gas ili na električnu energiju, što mislimo da će značajno da automatski utiče i na manje zagađenje.
So one of the first things that we did, and when I came to this position more than 1 year ago, we introduced some significant changes regarding this, and we made a decision that our public transport will not use fossil fuels or oil. We will start using gas and electric vehicles.
A istovremeno za poboljšavanje samog javnog prevoza smo doneli takođe radikalne, slobodno mogu da kažem, mere. Prvo što smo oduzeli iz ruku privatnika čitavu logistiku javnog prevoza koja je bila posljednjih 15 godina u našem gradu u rukama privatnika, a drugo što smo uveli način plaćanja karata SMS-om i to je postao primarni način, znači skoro preko 90% karata i oni koji koriste naš javni prevoz, kada uđu, imaju u zavisnosti kartu koju žele da kupe, ukucaju poruku, povratna poruka koja im se vrati je praktično karta za prevoz i to je nešto što je postalo vrlo brzo je zaživelo i čak očekujem da će svi drugi gradovi kod nas krenuti to, jer više nema jurenja karata, kupovine, da li ima, da li nema. Kažem, povratna poruka je karta važeća, imamo kao i svugde po satu, po danu, nedeljnu, mesečnu i tako dalje. I mislimo da je to drastično uprostilo funkcionisanje javnog prevoza automatski da bi moglo da nam se vrati poverenje. Evo sad ću da završim da bi mogla da prevede. Problem Beograda je bio naplata tih karata, što recimo Novi Sad nije imao, drugi gradovi u Srbiji to nema, ali Beograd ga ima, malo je dublji razlozi da ne ulazimo u njih. Smanjili smo cene da bi vratili poverenje. Kad vratite poverenje, onda možete da ulazite ponovo u realnu ekonomiju.
So one of the most important changes that we introduced is that we finally returned the whole system into the hands of the city, because in the last 15 years, public transportation was in the hands of the private companies. So another important thing that we introduced is the way you can buy tickets for public transportation. We introduced a system that you just send a text and you receive a message that is actually your ticket. So almost 90% of the tickets for public transportation are people are buying them this way, and I expect that also other cities will follow this this system. We of course offer different kinds of tickets. You can buy a ticket for an hour, for a day, for a week, and so on, like in every other modern city. So we also this is a way we made it simpler than before. And also it's a way of building trust. We actually had a lot of problems with selling those tickets in Belgrade before, due to many reasons that I would not like to mention now. But what we did is that we decreased the price of the tickets in order to build trust with our citizens.
I evo, ovim ću da završim. Na kraju krajeva ovo je sve prelazna faza do konačnog primarnog načina koji bi trebalo u Beogradu da zaživi javnog prevoza, to jeste metro. Mi smo prvi put posle više desetina godina najavljivanja tog metroa zaista ušli duboko u realizaciju tog projekta i očekujemo da 28. godine prva linija bude gotova, a već 30. druga. Onog momenta kada to bude zaživelo i kad metro konačno postane realnost u Beogradu, onda ovaj vid javnog prevoza postaje sekundarni, a ne primarni, onda je sve drugačije i lakše. Tako da, konačno je Beograd došao u situaciju da taj metro je realan, da se vidi, radovi su uveliko počeli i da više nije deo neke fiktivne ideje koja, moram da priznam, je više desetina godina živi na našim prostorima i nekako se Beograđanima stalno drži u vazduhu. Sad je ona postala realnost. To je to.
Super. And to finish with this, all this system that I explained before is only transition phase in order to get to our final goal, and this is building a metro in Belgrade. This is a project that has been announced for years and for decades in Belgrade, but finally we came to the phase that that I can say that it's a realistic project, and we plan to build the first metro line until 2028 and the second line until 2030. So this is when this becomes reality, then this whole public transport system that I mentioned before will be actually a secondary system.
Hvala. Super. So, Mr. Filipovic, what is the situation in Rijeka? Tell us, please, a little bit about the challenges. We know Rijeka is very beautiful. It's next to the sea, and but yet again, what are challenges there? What do you face?
First of all, hi to everyone. It's always a pleasure to be in Ljubljana, especially on Ljubljana Forum, because it's a place when you can share ideas and you can learn so much every year. And it's always good to be in Ljubljana because in campaign I always said, what is the city that you are looking at? I always said Ljubljana, and my citizens ask me, they can do it in Ljubljana. Why if we cannot do it in Rijeka? But we are slowly getting there, I would say. And Mr. Jankovic really did a great job here in Ljubljana, and I think everybody who visits Ljubljana can see that. And before I answer your question, I would like to share a few of thoughts about what is the current situation in the world, and can the cities be smarter in the world that is not so smart? Because here we have a situation now, the inflation is something that is affects all the budgets of all these cities. And what Blaž asked all of us in the beginning is this, all these projects are bankable, as you said, or economically, in terms of economics. Now we have a situation that the economy size of Spain is in war with the economy of size of Slovakia. This is the war between Russia and Ukraine. And this is less than 3% of world GDP. And all world is shaking. I mean, all the prices went up. We are in the crisis that is unimaginable in a history. The world is questioning everything what has been normal just a few years ago. And this crisis affects us all, affects the cities mostly. And now we have a feeling that we live in a most difficult times in history. But this is not the fact, because if you only look this 100 years back, we have First World War, then we have a Spanish flu, Second World War, Cuban Missile Crisis, edge of the nuclear war. Then we have energy crisis, prices of oil. Then we had a war here in our region just 30 years ago. Then financial crisis, end of the 2010 or something like that. Then we need 10 years to recover from that. Then the COVID came. And then now we had inflation, energy crisis. This is 10 crises in this, and I didn't mention them all. So it's a huge pressure to city leadership, which all have to first won on the election. This is also a huge challenge. And then implement all of these actions that we are talking about. And when we are talking about cities, almost 2/3 of European population is living in the cities. And only the cities can change the current situation, because they are the engine of change. And this is something that the colleague from Vienna was talking about, because the state and the state level, national level, and European level, I think there are lack of answers of these questions. Because Europe, it's only 4% of the world population. It's practically a statistical error. And maybe, and just maybe, it's still the best place to live. But is it the best place for business, for entrepreneurs, or is it somewhere else? Far East, US, or something else? And competing with all of this in the global perspective, it's very hard, because we have so many regulations, so many laws, so many obstacles, and we all try to manage the best way that we know and can in this labyrinth of everything that is connected with the functioning of the city. Belgrade, Vienna, Novi Sad, or any other city in the region. And this interconnectivity is also something what I want to emphasize, because we are we have a very bad connections in our region. For example, with the train from Rijeka to Ljubljana, you need maybe 3.5 hours. Yeah. You needed 2 hours 100 years ago. So this is something that is, I mean, we all should put our efforts and money, European money, national money, local money, in that projects. Because this connectivity will only get us 100 years back, and maybe we can still think about the future. I will not tell how far it is from Sarajevo to Belgrade. I mean, if you have to ride 6 hours, maybe, or 5, I don't know exactly. But this is, in a normal European way, it's maybe 2 hours drive by train. So this is something that we need to think about. And when we connect the region, then we are connecting people, we are connecting the ideas, and we can move forward to European values. We introduce Schengen, we introduce Euro, and this is good for internationalization of our business. And the local projects will not grow if we don't connect each other. I can now talk of the projects in Rijeka about waste management, about heating energy, about public transport, and this is all the local efforts connecting with European money, because I think that our budget for 110,000 people, it's 140, let's say 200 million euros. And with that money, which 70% of that money is already in the box, and 30% is for some let's say, projects and activities, you can do what you can do. And in highly centralized countries, as all of our countries in the region are, 88% of the money is spent on the national level and 12% on the local level. And this is something that we should always have in mind when we are talking about implementation of the projects on the local level. We could introduce, I don't know, electrical bikes. We can introduce electrical cars, mobility, electrical buses. And all of these projects are going to be done. But is this enough?
Yeah, that's a super important question, and connectivity is a vital part of not only our region, but the Europe as a whole. So, Mrs. Margetic, may I pass the word to you, the same question as the guest before.
Good morning to all. First of all, I'd like to greet you all. Esteemed Mayor Jankovic, it's always a pleasure to be a guest in Ljubljana. Blaž, thank you for inviting. I think it's very important for Sarajevo to be part of this family because, as we say, we all have same challenges and somebody has done it already. Somebody faced the challenges, and for us, I'd say for all the cities in the region, for us, Ljubljana is the something to look at. As I think you said it, that pretty much it's all copy-paste. So it's important to be smart enough to take what has been done and probably adopt it to the local environment. And if there is will, there is a possibility to do something. In Sarajevo, basically, capital of Bosnia and Herzegovina, we do have many challenges, but the main thing is that the citizens are very committed to the change. The citizens are more and more, especially after the COVID era, let's say, the citizens are more, they want more green areas, more parks, more recreational areas. And again, in Bosnia, I don't know how many of you know, but we have very, very complicated governmental structure. We have many levels of government, and actually, this is our biggest challenge, to implement the projects. There is a wish, there is knowledge, there is actually lots of, let's say, taking funds from European Union because of the climate changes, let's say, agenda #1 now in the world. And we do a lot for that. We have, unfortunately, due to budget restrictions, we have many small-scale projects, but let's say for the city. But on the cantonal level, like now, the biggest project that has been done is the reconstruction of the railway system, the tram system actually in the city, which has not been done in 60 years. So this is the huge deal for us, and that's actually something that happened after 30 years of governance of the nationalists. So when the new government came to power, really we started doing true infrastructural projects and capital projects that finally the citizens will benefit from it. So in the city we have the warming up of the buildings. Maybe I don't know in English the right word, but lots of that has been done, and it will be continued for a few more years. Urban Mobility Week, we built new bicycle paths, so more and more people are riding bicycle, although let's say the geographical, the topography of Sarajevo does not allow, because we have lots of, let's say, neighborhoods on the hills, but still. But I think let's say the most capital project is this railway, the tram rail, because every winter, unfortunately, Sarajevo is the leader of air pollution. And this is not something we are proud of. And, you know, every winter when the smog starts, we start speaking how we need to solve this. We actually now, with the cantonal government, also with the city, we are slowly, but we have finally moved forward. In the future, again, there will be many challenges, but I think, again, like all of you said, you know, events like this are the opportunity to meet people, to exchange knowledge, to share experience, and this is something that has, let's say, no price. So with City of Vienna as well, we have a really, really good relationship, and also, again, I say, if you look at Ljubljana, if you look at Vienna, I think Sarajevo cannot lose. We can only be better than we are now. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. definitely when I visit Sarajevo the last time, I have to admit, in Sarajevo there's the best tap water ever I have ever tasted. I've been on many conferences, and I always say in Slovenia we can drink water from the tap, and everybody's, oh, we're so jealous. But then you come to Sarajevo and the water is just by the way, so you're doing something great there. Okay, so Mr. Weiss, we have heard a lot of challenges before. A lot of honesty was there in your speech. What could you add to that, what you heard from the colleagues? We have heard, like the transportation, connectivity, so maybe challenges in this area a little bit more, or maybe a bit what you see in the future in this area.
Yeah, thank you very much. I have said a lot already. I do not want to repeat. There's just a couple of thoughts which came to my mind recently. So one big challenge we have, we made our POCs and pilot projects. We do fail to scale it up. A reason, and you said it, and you others said it as well, a reason is legislation, of course. Each country is different, or actually in Bosnia-Herzegovina it's really difficult. But Austria, for example, is a strong federal state. We have national legislation on a national level, on a federal level. Very much often, we do need the national law, and it's missing. For example, we cannot change 600,000 gas boilers because we are not allowed to go into the building where people are living. This is privacy, security issues, which are actually regulated on the national level or on a European Union level. So this is actually a problem which I do really see, especially for cities, where decision-making and legislation is done on a national level. Which is a problem, which actually is a border for the city of Vienna. Mobility has to do something with, for us in the city of Vienna, with cross-border cooperation within Austria. 400,000 of cars are every day entering the border of the city of Vienna from the surrounding area. 400,000 of cars. And on the one hand side, we are very happy about that, because we do need these skilled workers. On the other side, they are coming by car. Just 1.2% of them are coming by electric car. So we do actually have a problem, and the solution is not a solution which can be done by the city of Vienna alone. So cross-border mobility transport infrastructure is always 50% financed by the region and 50% financed by the national state. In that special case, actually, it's a border between Lower Austria, another region, Vienna, and the national state. So you have three players in the field. And I'm very honest, again, the surrounding neighborhood area, Lower Austria, says, well, we do see the problem, but it is your problem. And there actually, you see, you need to have legislation top-down from a higher level, These problems on the local approach, where a lot of emotion is where different political players from different political colors, actually, they hardly will find an answer. You need definitely someone like the European Union, actually, who is kind of a referee to help us out of these problems. And energy, and especially mobility, is a perfect example. It took me 6.5 hours, the train coming from Vienna to Ljubljana. This was actually quite nice. But of course, actually, you have to cross the Alps. And the question is actually, who is paying for the tunnels? And at the moment, actually, we are digging a lot of them. And the business case in between, it's a tricky issue between Italy, Slovenia, Austria, European Union. It's billions and billions and billions, and everyone has an interest. But at the end of the day, when it comes to who is paying for the digging for the tunnel, well, the interest is still there, but the pocket is closed, and that's actually big challenges we are all facing when it comes to European Union questions. But there has to be a cooperation. Tiny European Union, 4% of the inhabitants of the world. We have to stay closer together to overcome these problems.
Agree. So yeah. Yes, I can concur, and even now, Slovenia got a little bit of the slap from Austria by downsizing the railway connections between the cities, right? Due to our system not being adequate to service the fluctuation, right? So it's our customers are always the citizens, right? So and if the customer says, okay, I would not drive a car because I would like to go with train, it's more convenient. But you know, if it takes too long, if I commute too long, then it's not an option for me, right? So what can we do to better listen to our customer? So why are we still, you know, like saying, yes, we know, but why is this a but there? Yeah. Maybe just a reflection of that. How long will this but last until it's...
I think we are heavily listening to the customers, you know. I mean, at the end of the day, this is the job of every single servant. We are responsible for all the citizens. The problem is, you know, there is not this one single customer. That's the big problem. In the city of Vienna, we have 2 million inhabitants. In the metropolitan area, it's 3.5 million inhabitants. And you have 3.5 million different inhabitants. They all live in completely different worlds. And especially when it comes to climate change, especially when it comes to, don't you see the problem? No, I don't see the problem. I see the problem with my kindergarten place. I see the problem when I go shopping. I can't afford a bill. And you want to make a super plug? What the hell? You know, so it is always, this is probably the biggest problem because the problem is not, it's not there. I see it changed a lot. It changed a lot. This year we had 45 days above 35 degrees. So we really suffer. We really suffer. And the problem 5 years ago, it was far away. It is there. But still, convincing the citizens to accept what we are doing and to accept that we are investing so much money is tricky. At the end of the day, you know, yes, of course, we want to participate with the people, but there, I'm honest again. Sometimes you need to make top-down decisions. If you are always asking all your citizens, you will fail. Because actually, you are elected sometimes, and you have to listen to experts, scientists, you have to involve the citizens in terms of adapt to that.
To see the large picture.
But we ask the people of the city of Vienna, we are building now on 4 metro lines. And we made one big mistake. We asked the citizens at 1 metro line, the number 5, and it goes a little bit to the countryside, very nice. And we asked the people there, do you want this metro line? And they said, no, we don't want to have it. Especially the people who are living there, because they said, well, because if you're putting the metro line there, all the people will come to my area. And that's a huge problem, because we have it on paper that the citizens of the city of Vienna, they do not want to have the metro line. Well, that's a tricky thing.
Yeah, so sometimes, you know, even change needs to happen in order for people to embrace the positive sides. Sometimes we don't see them just in front of us. Okay, so in that tempo, we move to Mr. János Kendernay. And how is the situation in Budapest?
Thank you first for the opportunity of being here. Extremely challenging, sitting with colleagues and basically sharing the same problems. So I believe we should open a book and co-write challenges, book of challenges. But as mentioned previously, I wish to underline some maybe the most important challenges facing us in Budapest. And on the number 1, I would put the political issue. And a political issue in a sense that Budapest is the 9th biggest city in Europe. It's very close to Warsaw, which is of course on the 8th position. It means that we have 1.7 million inhabitants. Many people left the city, moved to the neighborhood. That means that around 3 million people in and outside Budapest, they use the utilities of Budapest. They come to Budapest, they enjoy Budapest life, schools, workplace, shopping, entertainment. That means that Budapest is developing, in a sense, administratively, it remains the same, even though even getting a little bit less in terms of inhabitants. But altogether, it's becoming a booming city, in fact. And that means that we don't think that even on national level or at European level, we see that the biggest cities, they have sufficient, let's say, acceptance of their difficulties in terms of implementation of the laws adopted on national or on a European level. So in terms of the future European Commission, we would be extremely happy if the cities would have a much more important role to play, how to decide how to implement projects. Of course, the second implementation linked to financing. We face difficult financing. It's, of course, partially because of the special Hungarian situation nowadays. You know, I don't want to enter this issue. But the other one is how to get direct financing from the Commission, from the European institutions, to the local municipalities. This is really an extremely big challenge for us. We're fighting. Of course, we do have success stories. I don't want to say that we have not achieved that. We gained at least 5.6 million euros directly financing of projects in Budapest in the field of sustainability. So this is a big issue for us because we know that, as was clearly mentioned, because of course we can have nice strategies we have adopted, we can have nice visions, we do have, but in implementation, we're just in the beginning of implementing of those strategies. And as I see, we lack of not just financing in that respect, but also capacities, administrative, governance, local governance capacities, as Vienna colleague mentioned especially, and of course also the manpower capacities. The number 4, I would underline that, of course, energy efficiency is an issue for Budapest. So we have a capacity which absolutely not used enough. That means that we have a capacity of solar energy. We could basically provide enough energy for the whole city, but around 1% of energy solar, of the whole total energy consumption is used from solar energy. Only 1%, imagine that. In a period when sunshine is always there, especially in Budapest, we are not complaining about not having sunshine enough. We do have, but we're not making use of this. And maybe the last point I would, of course, use also, I mentioned the mobility issue, how to transform. And this is the challenge, not because of political, not because of financial issues, but because of the habits of the citizens. That we do want to change their life. We would like to basically have them a better life. But do they understand, accept, do they agree with us? Is it for them having a car, it does mean living in a more livable city, or it's rather having no cars would mean for them having difficulties in terms of social, let's say, acceptance. So it's really a big challenge for us, and we look at a lot on Vienna and Barcelona, all other cities which introduce a lot of public consultations, and so far I would say that we are on the right track. Maybe we are not that strong enough, but what we achieved at least, maybe just if I may give you one example, which was really a success story in Budapest, that following the renovation of the first bridge in Budapest, the chain bridge, maybe you've seen, you know what I'm talking about, has been reopened again, and there is no possibility anymore to cross the bridge with a private car. You can do this with bicycle, by foot, by public transportation, or by taxi, but not by a private car. Of course, there was a consultation before it was a decision made to introduce this new regime. It was not easy, but luckily the people, especially living in the inner part of the city, they understood it's for their interests, not having highways across the city, but rather to regain the public space for the better future life. Thank you.
Sure. It goes hand in hand with also the values and also the cultural transformation of an area. And it's super important. You know, we can see in the largest cities of the world, the more the infrastructure was serving the space, the decrease of the ownership of the car was visible. So, but it has to go hand in hand, right? Just only saying, okay, this is now car-free zone, and not providing the infrastructure solutions and then communicating it to the public. I can totally agree. Okay, so let's move to the last city here in this round table, Mr. Zdravko Jelušić. So, Novi Sad challenges.
I forgot question. First of all, Mr. Jankovic, Mr. Gold, thank you for your invitation. I'm very proud to be today here between people, among people who understand all challenges in the future, because we have a new challenges. Novi Sad, the first time in history, has cyclone winds, July 19 and July 21st, and it was a new challenge for city government, for all us in city, and through the period of the 13 years, Mr. Jankovic trying to push practically all region that we understand what we must make in the future to be resilience for the climate changes. I am very old man, but first time I met with cyclone wind. People don't understand a level of the challenges, and for instance, make one window open in flat, and after storm, practically everything inside was damaged. We have some old houses, practically unusable after that storm. And we have now more than 7,000 interventions through the city services after hurricane and cyclone. And it was a big challenge for us in Novi Sad, but we must learn from the people who understand power of the nature. I think that this meetings like this, will be place to learn from people who have practical experience in that kind of the catastrophes. In Novi Sad, we're trying to make a step together with Ljubljana, for instance, and making some activities. For instance, Mr. Dominic, every kilowatt heating energy in Novi Sad is from gas. In 10 years, we make all units, and today, heating of Novi Sad is from the gas. It's a little for our planet, because I know that all of you know, 50% today people in the earth living in the cities. 75% at 2050 will living in the cities. And we must preparing and make together that time. I hope that cities will be usable for the people, for instance, in 2050s. And Mr. Jankovic, thank you for all what you work for this region.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Jankovic wants to also greet you and say a couple of words.
As always, I change the program, but
I know.
But thank you for your words. It was excellent hour for me from this first row, because I listened so many new ideas, new challenges, and with all your cities, Ljubljana is a sister city. Then the question was, maybe is the question that the leaders of the cities smarter than the leaders of the states? Maybe I have the other answer. Maybe not smarter, but more normal, more operative persons. Then between us, we haven't any jealous. I'm really enjoy when I saw a new project in some of this, my sister city. to share this best practice. And thank you for Mr. Glob and Mr. Gajšek. Not here. They came to me 13 years ago and started with this global forum to sharing this best practice. But I won 6 times with my team on the election, direct election, always been the more than 60%. And that means that we got the chance to stay on our vision. 17 years ago, when I started I tried to tell to journalists what is our vision. And this the answer from the side of the journalist wasn't positive. Just speak. And my answer was, okay, maybe you understand that. My vision is that Ljubljana became the city combination between Vienna looking the organization and Barcelona type of life. That everybody understands as the ceremony. Michael Holper was my friend, became my friend, is the best mayor for me all ever in Europe. Michael Ludwig is also my friend, and we work together, change this best practice. And this smarter, more operative. The mayors, capitals, I'm the oldest between all the mayors of capitals and with the longest mandate now. But looking there, we signed the letter to European Union to get back Orient Express with Agatha Christie, just faster. The mayor from Vienna, Ljubljana, Zagreb, Belgrade, Sofia, and Istanbul. And that's our vision. The second letter, which we sent to the European Union, it's to give the money, not for the energetic rehabilitation situation, but also the money to make against the houses against the earthquake, especially from Turkey, is a part of NATO, and then Greece, former Yugoslavia, Italy, Spain, and Portugal. The place where is earthquakes is really every 2 years we had some problems. And this is a challenge also for me, my friend from Rijeka. The challenge to sit together without jealous, and we haven't any jealous. We enjoy in success of each other, share this best practice. I saw this new fast train from Budapest to Belgrade, and the joke in Serbia, it's about that, sad moram preći da me razume. Kaže, izvinjavam se svima, jebeš voz, koji je tako brz da ne možeš nijedno pile pojesti od Novog Sada do Beograda. And if we put together all this, our operatives, our knowledge, with our citizen, because for 4 years we got this rule to lead the city. They didn't elected us to ask for every change. They elected us to make our program in real life. And because of that, I am really glad that you are here. For me, it's every meeting with my colleagues, I learn something new. I'm the honor citizen of Sarajevo. I got the excellent award from Vienna district, from Michael Heupel. I got the highest award from Serbia, because I was born in Serbia, from President Vučić. And that's the life, because if I know something, welcome here. And thank you for your coming. Now I shall leave this excellent room. Don't forget, Europe is the most beautiful city in the world.
As always.
And for the finish, Matela, our director of Castle Ljubljana, she started with me and 2 other ladies on the first election. Just 3 ladies and me, and that was excellent job. And that's what I like. But the first, my visiting in Vienna 16 years ago, not 17, and with Michael Häupl got this really excellent respect each other. He prepared the press conference about our festival, and when Michael Häupl invited runners, more than 50 came there. And he had his words, and after I got the microphone, and my first sentence was, Michael Häupl is the best mayor in Europe, all ever for me. The second, Ljubljana is the most beautiful city in the world. Now we can start. Thank you very much. I'm finished now.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Zoran Jankovic. Yes, no worries. We are always happy. We will. Thank you. Okay, so we have approximately 20 minutes left with this roundtable before I start question number 2, which will obviously be how will you solve those challenges that are currently present. I would like to use my Blaž bridge to the audience, maybe to see whether there's some specific questions in the audience that would like to be posed to our esteemed guests. Is there something that specially
Sure.
deserves attention?
So please, now it's your part, and I will skip my question in order to reserve a time for you. So, who's next, please?
Now is the chance to ask anything.
I see hands
right?
there. Yeah. Yes.
We have one hand
Excellent.
there. Okay, please present yourself so that we know.
Absolutely. Good morning, actually good afternoon, everyone. Porya Saleh, Head of Research and Innovation Department at ICLEI, the largest global network of cities. And I'm also the co-chair of RNI at Global Covenant of Mayors for Climate and Energy. First and foremost, thank you so much. This is wonderful, a wonderful convening with actual local leaders on the panel, and I think this is a very exciting question that I have. And now we all see that the current local leaders find it really hard to match past performances with the existing tools because we are living in a world with increasing complexity. The example of COVID showcased that, we can't really just take business as usual approaches. So with that, and knowing that local leaders have limited time in the office, what are the approaches to capacitate local leaders, not like having a lot of them on this panel, what do they think they need to be able to capacitate it, to provide enabling space for other actors to support the delivery of services that they need for their citizens? Not only for the current challenges, but also for the emerging challenges that societies are going to deal with. Thank you so much.
Okay, is there any specific guest you would like to address with this question? Or
I would love to hear from Mr. Šapić, the Lord Mayor of Belgrade, because I was there 5 years ago and I was there just last week. And I saw a lot of development in their cities, wonderful. But also I know that city with 1.4 million population is also going through a lot of challenges in this new development, waterfront and all of that. So I would love to hear from them actually what are the challenges that they are dealing with and what is their approach to this sort of tackling this emerging challenges on that front. Thank you.
That goes really in accordance with the second question. Yes, Mr. Šapić.
Pa, ja ću se praktično nadovezati na, mislim, ključna stvar ovde, jedna od ključnih stvari, ajde ne možemo sada da otvaramo teme, a to jeste to povezivanje među nama ovde, a ne samo u regionu, nego i šire. A onda je gospodin Janković rekao takođe jednu važnu stvar, da misli da ljudi koji vode gradove imaju valjda taj pragmatizam drugačiji koji nam ubija ego i sujetu i dozvoljava nam da drugačije prilazimo jedni drugima, jer valjda nismo toliko opterećeni tom nacionalnom politikom koja nas često koči da budemo racionalni i pragmatični.
I would like to say, to actually emphasize a key thing that was mentioned before here, and this is actually a connection and cooperation between all of us. not only in the region but also in a wider sense. Mr. Jankovic mentioned something that city leaders, we as city leaders are maybe more pragmatic and we are not burdened with some national problems or politics like maybe some other politic leaders are.
I mislim da što se tiče veza, apsolutno ovo što je spomenuta pruga koja će da povezuje čitav region je nešto što je po meni neupitno. Čak mislim da je pre nekoliko godina gospodin iz Rijeke je spominjao zašto je Rijeka tako blizu, a tako daleko Ljubljani, recimo, kada idete, biste koristili voz, ista situacija je na ovoj liniji Ljubljana, Zagreb, Beograd, na primjer. Ono što ja znam, a opet sad prelazimo na nacionalni nivo, da je recimo nuđeno pre nekoliko godina hrvatskom državnom vrhu da se krene u Beograd-Zagreb, na primjer, pravljenje pruge, pa naravno da se produži gore ka Ljubljani, tad to nije, iz nekog razloga je procenjeno da to nije interes Hrvatske. Mislim da to je interes i Hrvatske, i Slovenije, i Srbije. Ista je situacija sa Sarajevom, autoputem. Kod nas postoji odluka da se pravi autoput ka Sarajevu. Sad, čuo sam ovde, naravno, oni imaju komplikovaniji i daleko sistem upravljanja, pa onda doneti odluku s druge strane, ali sad opet ulazimo onda u nacionalne politike. Znači, da probam da skratim i da sublimiram. Što se tiče Beograda, nemam baš mandat da pričam u ime cele nacionalne politike, ali za neke stvari mogu da budem siguran da kažem da ćemo mi biti uvek otvoreni za svaku vrstu saradnje u regionu. I naročito tu saobraćajnu infrastrukturu, pre svega voznu ili tu železničku koja postaje budućnost komunikacije i transporta. I mislim da kada bi prevazišli verovatno te neke druge visokopolitičke teme i probleme, da bi nam svima bilo bolje, a da oni koji vode gradove, sad pričamo o regionu, a tu apsolutno mislim i na i Budimpeštu i Beč i sve gradove koji su nam takođe blizu, da bi onda i život svih nas koji živimo na ovim prostorima bio daleko jednostavniji i bolji. Tako da što se tiče Beograda, pričam sad i u svoje lično ime, ali mogu slobodno da kažem i nacionalne politike u Srbiji, da će tu svako od ovde prisutnih, a i oni koji nisu prisutni, imati partnere u Srbiji što se tiče bilo koje vrste konekcije i povezivanja, a na kraju krajeva Beogradu je to u interesu. Mi znamo da vi svi volite da dođete u Beograd, pa bismo volili da vam omogućimo da lakše i brže dođete do Beograda. Budem skroz iskren i otvoren.
Okay, so just to say something regarding these connections that we mentioned before. I think that a rail throughout the region would be absolutely a great solution, and I think that Mayor of Rijeka a couple of years ago said something, why are we so close and still so far away? I can say, I have the information, so I can say that Croatia was offered to build a railway between Serbia and Croatia a couple of years ago, but at that point they estimated that it was not a part of their current interest. It's also the similar situation happens with Sarajevo and with the highway to Sarajevo from Belgrade, but as we heard before from the mayor of Sarajevo that they have a complicated governmental system, so we go back to national politics again in this sense. As far as Belgrade, we are always going to be open for a cooperation, for regional cooperation, and especially when we talk about traffic and railway system. And I think that if we can overcome the problems and national politics, that we will all of us would have a better life. And life would be more simple for all of us. And as far as Belgrade, I can say it on my behalf, and also I can say it on behalf of national politics. We will be always your partners. And I know that all of you really enjoy coming to Belgrade and have fun in Belgrade. So I want to help you to come there and to visit us faster and in a more simple manner.
Hvala. Super. Thank you very much. So now I would kindly ask you just one or two sentences. Let's be really short with the ideas because we have only 10 minutes left with our panel. Just 2 sentences. What will you do to solve the issues, maybe the current or the upcoming, and how does it go hand in hand with different stakeholders that can support you in reaching those goals? So we continue with Mr. Filipovic, since Mr. Kuritnik, you're off the hook because your boss already said everything. So
Definitely, we heard that is a lot of things to do in all our cities, in all our countries. But regards to Rijeka, I would like to emphasize that we have to, in the future, next, let's say, 10 years, oriented more to the sea. Because we were sometimes very big industrial center, industrial city, and now the transition, let's say, is over, and there is some new technologies, tourism, some other activities that are happening in the city, and definitely the face of the city will change from this seaside, and we have to build more infrastructure regards to the usage of the sea for the citizens. I think definitely in the center of the city. The new marina will be there in just a few years. We will open the new bus station in just 2 years. So this is a big infrastructure project in the center of the city. Definitely the road infrastructure, the railway infrastructure, 2-lane railway inside the city, new rethinking of the public transport regards to using of railway. So this is the project that are going to reshape not only the infrastructure, but which is more important, reshape the thinking and the mind of the citizens and all the people that are visiting Rijeka.
Great. Mrs. Margetic?
Well, for Sarajevo, I'd say, not just Sarajevo, Bosnia and Herzegovina, actually the biggest challenge is also, let's say, introducing the smart cities and doing all these reforms and stuff. The biggest challenge is to keep our people in Sarajevo, in Bosnia, instead of them going to Vienna, working, exporting our knowledge ideas, and skills. Right? Really, that's the biggest challenge. But with these projects, including also youth, and at my position, I really think the youth is the future, and I do work a lot with them, and I really teach them to travel around to see what everything that exists in the world, and to show them that it's not, I think it's common to say for all Balkan countries that we think we are the smartest and we know the best, which is so wrong. So again, exchange of experience, and to have, again, young people travel around Western Europe and, let's say, implementing stuff from Western Europe into our city, also in such way creating the better and higher quality living environment.
Super important. Thank you very much. Mr. Weiss?
Yeah, I'm welcoming your students.
Now you see.
No, I have said so much what I do, so actually I do it every day, but what probably I haven't mentioned is, everything is there, we know the challenges, we know the instruments, we have the problem that our structure is not agile and flexible and modern enough in order to do that. So what we do heavily is we're working on innovation culture, innovation management on an organizational side. So we have to shape our organizations. When I book a train ticket to come to Ljubljana and 7 people have to sign it, then we have a problem. You have to empower people, you have to enable people, you have to give them purpose, you have to touch their need of a new way of work. We were 60 people, no one has a desk, its own desk, not even me. Every day in the morning I go in the office and find a desk. It's a totally new way of working, but it brings me so much closer to the people, because actually I figured out no one was ever talking to me, no one actually talks to the CEO. That's a problem, you know. And this is actually, you know, if you manage to bring this kind of culture and failure culture, and innovation means try something out and do it wrong. And this is something, if you work with tax money, and we heard that today, that's a tricky issue, because tax money is tax money, it's not my money. So this is actually, but this is the baseline, this is the basis for almost everything we talked today. If we do not manage to do that, actually, we manage to implement new infrastructures and to change it, but the effort is way higher than we kind of shape ourselves more flexible, more agile. And that's what we are really heavily doing in the city of Vienna. Because yes, your mayor was proud of this organizational history, and it is necessary, it is stable, and it brings us this quality, but the times is just changing, and you have to go with the time.
Yes, I agree. Innovation is super important, and also nurturing this agile culture. Okay, so Mr. Kendernay, a couple of final thoughts from your side. So,
thank you. I just would like to give you three examples very shortly, which are, let's say, for the short future objectives or task for us ahead of us. One is that, of course, we would like to make the public transportation become more fast, much more pleasant, reliable, and comfortable. Not as it's such, but compared to the cars. Sitting in the car, in a traffic jam, and not moving at all, and getting late to everywhere. So this is a challenge. Of course, it does mean that we have to invest a lot. So most of the financing available for us are investing in the public transportation. New buses are procured, and of course, new lines for the tram traffic, which is one of the best, I would say, kind of transportation means in Budapest besides the metro underground. The second is that we, of course, we're always very happy, even also compared to Vienna, to say that we are the most beautiful city on the Danube. And the Danube characterizes, of course, the beautiness of Budapest. But I mean, if you go to Budapest, nobody is making use of this river at all. We're just crossing or passing by. So we wish to bring back Danube to the citizens, to make them a place to live with in a harmony with the Danube, as it was talked about the waters specifically. This is extremely important for us for the future, to bring back again Danube to Budapest, because it looks like there was a separation some decades ago. And the third, which is just in the implementation phase we started, we have introduced a Budapest Global Association. This is an association of municipal companies, big Hungarian and multinational companies, and knowledge and academic hubs, universities. And we have the same three goals together: make Budapest more sustainable, make Budapest much more livable, and become Budapest a hub for innovation, education, and knowledge. And of course, on the third, that was a remark made also, it goes also for Budapest, not letting people go to leave Budapest, but rather to stay. But for that, we have to invest a lot. Because as was mentioned in your earlier remark, there is a strong competition among the cities here. We all lack, of course, not just university students, but also handcraftsmen. So that is really a big challenge, and we face all of us. So we wish to do it together with all those stakeholders, being companies, universities, and of course the Budapest municipality with their companies belonging to Budapest, do together and try to develop a city which was in the dreams of the university students before they left Budapest. Thank you.
thank you very much. Okay, thank you. And then let's hear it from Novi Sad. 2 sentences about your future projects.
In Novi Sad, we always feel like a younger brother of the Belgrade and trying to make something better than in Belgrade. In this moment, in the last 9 months, we worked together with experts from Samsung company from South Korea to the pre-feasibility study of smart city, because we have a lot parts of the smart city, but independent. And now we make pre-feasibility study to make practically one platform for all activities if we discuss about city management of the city activities, is the main for all other projects what we're preparing for all activities in the living of our citizens.
Okay, thank you, thank you. So let's do the last word of this panel. Let's give it to Mr. Boštjan Koritnik. So to end with the host, right?
Yeah, because you know, I don't get my salary if I don't speak. So no, I came from the private sector. I would like to emphasize what Mr. Weiss said. I came from the private sector, and I was the Minister of Public Administration. And what I've seen, public servants, they have this comfort zone. Status quo is the safest for them. So what we have to change is they have to get rid of the fear of failing. As in the US, you get money from the bank if you fail 10 times with the startup. In Europe, you failed once, you don't get the money. It's a different approach. So, and that's the main task of the management, to get rid of that fear and to impose, give some motivation. You have to try. And that's what our job is, and then public servants will also serve the people.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. That was a nice wrap up to everything what we had to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you all panelists. It was a really great learning experience, and thanks Daniela. Now I think it's we have a very nice time that you can continue to approach city leaders. But before that, please, we will take an official photo of Ljubljana Forum 2023. And Željko, I see he's waiting for us downstairs, and he will give us a further instruction. So enjoy your day. After lunch, we will continue at 2 o'clock with industry presentations. So let's see what are the solutions for the cities and for some of the challenges that we hear today. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
on ancient hallowed ground. I can tell what they're thinking. Unknown presence around. People say that I'm dreaming.
davant el balconatge. S'obri la meravella d'aquest soni paisatge. L'horitzó de muntanyes,
clapejades de pins, la planura florida, horts, caçalits, molins, un eixam de barquetes dins la calma dormides, veles blanques que arriben o se'n van mar endins.
Good evening. This is the voice of Enigma. In the next hour, we will take you with us into another world, into the world of music, spirit, and meditation. Turn off the light. Take a deep breath and relax. Start to move slowly, very slowly. Let the rhythm be your guiding light.
can't we live in freedom without hunger, with no war? Beginning, we all had one mother and one father. That's where we're descending from.
Attention.
I don't understand why so much hate
Attention.
between races and religions. It's mad, it's insane. I don't understand why it has to be like that.
Experience.
We all have the same parents. Many million years ago. Why can't we live in freedom without hunger, with no war?
Attention.
I don't understand why so much hate
Amazing.
between races and religions.
Incredible. Experience.
We all have the same parents. Many million years ago. Why can't we live in freedom without having
Hello. Hello to everyone. Thank you for your attention and your participation. Actually, you are only 4 minutes late. And this is very good, speaking about logistics. And it's a great honor to have with us today, as a chair of next session, Mr. Igor Žula, who's a president of Slovenian Logistic Association, and also our voice in Brussels, our voice where the plans are created. And also we are really glad because he advocates our region to be better connected and our region to have a voice in Brussels. So I think he deserves one applaud, as Daniela mentioned. Which level we give? Please, go ahead. How far? So Igor, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, my friend. So thank you for applause. So this is now for the first time that I got the applause before I started. So hopefully we will reach this at the end of our session as well. Regarding this session, I think that the smart city is rather very interesting topic, and from my past experience, which actually give me a big introduction for this session, was that years ago when we started the discussion about Industry 4.0, everybody that had 5 minutes time spoke about Industry 4.0. But when we enter into the discussion, always the same story. After 2 minutes, nobody didn't knew anything else. Nobody was being able to go to dig deeper, but it was nice to hear Industry 4.0 because it was interesting buzzword. So the same story happened when we were being spoken about green logistics and green logistics transformation. A friend of mine, general manager of FLEG, he said to me, "Look, Igor, I'm really having a problem because everybody is speaking about green transformation and so on, but up to now nobody didn't really exactly tell me what green transformation really it is." And now we are more or less the same story with the smart cities. Everybody that has 5 minutes and want to be interesting, he said that he lives in a smart city and a smart city here and smart city there. But honestly speaking, I would really like to see a good example of a smart city, not smarter city, but a smart city. And hopefully today we will see some good practices. We will not see only good practices, but as well, more or less, all colleagues of ours are reflecting the topic what smart city is. So I am happy that at the end of the discussion, at least we will know what smart city is and what are good practices in this case. So when we were preparing this session together with the colleagues, we did have some interference. It is not that we meet now here. The general idea, of course, it was that everybody introduced the company where he came from. However, everybody that came here would like to see and to hear and to watch some real cases and to learn something out of it, and hopefully we all will be able now to introduce you some real cases, and let be courage, let have enough courage and talk to the guys that prepared the presentation today, and to have some deeper insight into the topics that are they representing. So Mr. Ewald Kranjčević, he is coming from Environmental Dual, and he will introduce us a very interesting case that has been made together with ELES, of course, speaking about energy management, and the floor is yours, my friend.
Good afternoon. Thank you for introduction. Again, my name is Evald Krančić. I'm the managing director of Envirodual company. We can describe ourselves as R&D and consulting company, helping municipalities and other businesses reaching their environmental and energy goals. And together with LS, which is Slovenian electricity transmission operator, we are developing, as this title indicates, innovative approaches in the transformation of heating system. In particular, we are dealing with district heating systems. Okay, this is, when we are talking about energy efficiency in general or heating system, there are two main factors. On one side, we have increased amount of technologies and based on renewable energy sources. And on the other side, we have less and less production units that are based on fossil fuels. And all this has to be, let's say, incorporated in designing new systems. And when doing that, we are always focused on the end user. Why is that important? From the near past, we know that prices of energy went up and down, and the end user is always affected. And on the other side, even security of supply is not granted. You know, so we know what happened with let's say, possible natural gas shortages. So it's very important that we have in mind, and later we will see that flexibility is very important when designing such new systems. And two more factors. Reducing of import dependency. You may all know that Slovenia is 100% dependent on the import of fossil fuels, except for coal, which is used for thermal power plant, which is obviously be phased out in the next 10 years. And again, we also have to take into account demand side. That means that using less energy should be our priority. So our resources, not just here in Slovenia, but worldwide, are not unlimited. On the other side, we have to optimize and, if possible, relieve our infrastructure, especially electricity networks, to be more plastic. Even if we all put solar power plants on our roofs of our houses, and we have heat pumps, we all know that those heat pumps will not be using the electricity that we produce ourselves. So we will be, again, in the winter, relying on good and reliable grid. And if we summarize all that, LS company has developed the concept. We call this CODO concept, which in summary means that we are focusing on energy efficiency, cost efficiency, cross-sectoral implications, renewable energy, and flexibility. And by that I mean that we are trying to build not just, I don't know, huge system like we know, but we are trying to make different sizes from small scale, large scale, fourth, fifth generation of district heating system using different kind of fuels and so on. So in Slovenia we have approximately 15% of households that are connected to district heating. If you look, I don't know, to northern countries like I don't know, Denmark or so, they are more than 50% and increasing. And that's what we already we like to achieve that. Not just here in Ljubljana, but general in Slovenia. This picture was Ljubljana many, many years ago. No, not that nice, but this one is Ljubljana today. And as you may know, Ljubljana has ambitious target to become a carbon neutral city. I'm not going to talk about this project. You will hear tomorrow from energy manager of Ljubljana municipality to have a good and deep project inside. But what I'd like to stress here is that Ljubljana, we heard in the morning about Vienna case. We are doing pretty much the same thing. Perhaps we are not that far, but at the moment we are finalizing measures, and the measures are important if you would like to achieve those goals. Without measures, you cannot do anything. This simulation, you can see the buildings in different colors. Why I'm showing you that? This is important that, of course, we have to start from bottom up. So if you would, I don't know, you need good measures, and good measures are always from bottom up. So you need to have reliable data, you need to have good tools, and actually we are doing that. So our aim is to develop, and we already did that, to develop modeling methods how to achieve those measures. And you can see here, this is web application. We call this Energy Climate Atlas, and it's like a web application as a front-end interface, and we show here results and also some kind of let's say development you will see later on. So that's our tool, and this tool is already used by Ljubljana and many municipalities across Slovenia. I'm just showing here some functionality. So of course, we always rely on data. So if you have good data, then we have good models and good results. So data is really, really important. And you can now see here simulation of different kind of, I know this is not working. Different kind of grids from electricity to natural gas or district heating systems. This is just, let's say, application, but in the background, it's all the knowledge, is all the expertise, and again, data that has to be prepared in the right way, and so on. But if we move back to the district heating system, this tool also allows us to develop new systems. You see here that we have possibility to select different kind of, I don't know, sizes, different kind of fuels, different kind of end users. And by that, we can let's say, put ourselves in position to find optimal locations for new systems. So we would like to achieve that in Slovenia we have the possibility to integrate new systems, like I mentioned before, small one, middle-sized one, and so on. And our models are enable us to introduce the best possible solutions, which will be in the next step further elaborated and put more expertise to really have let's say, the best solution in the end. At the moment, we have some 20 locations, let's say, identified, and the next step would be all across Slovenia, of course. And next steps would be to put more engineering in this. So I'm showing here another example. So this is some area, it's not important where, but our system is designed in a way that we can, for, let's say, individual place or town or whatever, we can, let's say, simulate all kinds of parameters from, I don't know, energy use to grid distances to costs to different kinds of technologies, to all parameters that are needed, that we at the end find the best solution. Even scenarios, as you will see in the next, even different kind of scenarios, and then we can select the best one and then work on them. So we are basically having the digital twins and not working on the field in initial phase, but of course, later on, then you have to step in and work on these selected cases. You can also see here the individual houses, and every house has a different color. we are going, as I mentioned before, on the bottom-up level, and we can even include the future, I don't know, optimization of insulation, changing heating system and so on. So we can really go deep, and that's important that at the end we have the results that really reflect the situation without even going there. And we can use this as universal tool wherever we would like in, let's say, in Slovenia. But of course, you need data, and data is also important, that you validate your tool and make your model even better. And of course, this is not applicable only for district heating system. We are also doing this for, let's say, solar power plants. We have also, for transport, we have models and so on. So this is really, this can be really broad, and this tool can really help us bringing. Okay, where we are at the moment, so we put some scenarios and we on the table, and we have selected the location. Now we will try to elaborate this in the next stage to the level that we are, let's say, ready to build phase, and this will help municipalities and other relevant stakeholders to make the right choices. And again, then we are turning back that this end customer will benefit the most, and cities will achieve their goals, as we see that we are all pushing ourselves to decarbonization. I think that I used my time. If there will be any question, I would be ready to answer now or later. So thank you very much for now.
Thank you, Ewald. Any question? One short one, and then we will have a discussion at the end of the story. Obviously, this kind of simulation is rather interesting, but as with all the simulations, the parameterization is one of the key points. How do you gather all the data for this kind of simulation?
We use all available databases that are publicly available, so from let's say, from locations to let's say, energy use. And of course, we need to have additional data from, let's say, energy suppliers and so on. So more data that you have, better your model is. So that's the key point. And of course, we are doing hand in hand with municipalities and let's say, included stakeholders. So of course, we are partners in such, let's say, development projects. And as I said, data is really basic. And if you don't have data, then its model as such is less usable, yeah, of course.
And for Ljubljana, how long it took that you gather all the data?
This is result of many years of development of the model as such. But the data, you have to change data every time. You know, every year you have new data, and if you add new data, your model is even better because you can predict according to, let's say, past development, and of course it has to be you know,
continuous
every year. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. We will speak about this later on. T2, Mr. Gasper Žerovnik. Hi, Gasper. How are you? I'm good. Thank you for your presentation. It was rather very interesting. I learned a lot about this. So on one side, we were speaking now about energy, and we will speak now a little bit more about the involving citizens and so on. So, Gasper, actually, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Blaž, first and foremost, for inviting us. It's really my pleasure being here with you, distinguished guests. I'm excited to share with you today a story of a journey and vision of T2. So we see ourselves as community catalysts, collaborative innovators which foster partnerships with cities like we live in. But let me first introduce ourselves. Not everybody knows T2. So we are a telecommunications company, one of the largest in Slovenia. And we began our story actually with just providing broadband connection. But we wanted to be different, innovative. So we thought, let's do it differently than it was done there. That's why this clean Ethernet. I don't know if any of you guys remember, but in the beginning you had to do the dial-up to connect. So we said, no, just do it differently, simplify things. And then later on, we created home 1 gigabit internet accesses. And I don't know if anybody knows, but we were actually one of the first operators in the world to provide such high-speed broadband connection. What was interesting, what happened was that actually it brought, or it helped bring tech innovation in the country, because new startups and some innovation companies started creating different services and like innovation-driven activities. Later on, we did other things like 4-play solutions, which means different packages and things like that. But then let's fast forward to current days. What we noticed was that many of the enterprises were migrating to the cloud. So we said, okay, let's try and provide cloud infrastructure to our customers and expand the range of our services. We actually got an award for this, but this also functions as a basis of what we do in our Center for Digital Transformations, which I will explain a little bit more in depth, because this is where we deal with smart cities and communities. So this is us. We are a team, we're growing, we're learning, and we began actually like this. Today, hearing about issues in urban environments. We did a lot of interviews, and we wanted to envision how solutions for these issues would actually look like. So we talked to many city officials, attended events, and similar things, and we learned and we evolved together with our city partners. So, what we did was we noticed that, like we heard today, there are a lot of common challenges facing cities. Many, even around the world, seem to be the same or similar. So some maybe, like classic tech style things are traffic jams, public transportation, smart parking, traffic safety, or things regarding environmental issues, waste management, air quality, and like we had recently in Slovenia, severe weather conditions as well. However, we wanted to find solutions that would actually solve or help to solve many of these challenges. And what we found out was there are actually on the market tons of exciting advanced solutions, but each for themselves. They are isolated in silos. So our idea actually was to do things a little differently. Let me explain on this old model. I know Blaž doesn't like it. I know he doesn't like it. It's old, but still it gives us a clear vision of what we want to achieve. So those different models, they represent each of these parts, right? But there's a piece here missing, and this is what we noticed, actually, that people are missing. We are missing, and this is our focus, actually. So we want to use these solutions, which are already on the market, and have them give value and empower citizens. So citizens who are engaged, who care about their communities, and who feel that the cities care about them as well. They should be informed, they should be engaged, and what we noticed was, again, citizens are using some of the services already, but probably not all of them, because they are dispersed, as I said. They are in silos. So we want to integrate all these data in one way. And this is what we saw as the true smart environment, where we can actually merge information from different siloed areas and create new information that creates value for all stakeholders. So yeah, if you're doing smart lighting, if you're doing smart parking, let's integrate. This is our part. We're not replacing any of the advanced solutions. We just wanted to put them on the same page. Now, I'd like to talk about some challenges that communities are facing. We talked about this already, so I will skip it very briefly, but such as energy consumptions, ballast efficiency, improved smart mobility. And there are inclusive communities. We saw a lot of good cases today, especially from Barcelona, how you can change an environment to include people and what it takes to make it accessible for everyone. Also, the green transformation, which it will be shown after this slider starts working. So, I don't know. Yeah, this is it. You know, carbon neutrality, we talked about sustainability and zero net emission environments and so forth. However, we would really like to help achieve these goals with the platform. And yeah, if I summed it up, this is, well, what we are trying to achieve. We want to empower cities with novel services, robust governance, and community engagement to unlock new horizons, as well as in energy efficiency. And I have a really short video because we have a dedicated time slot, and the guy on the video can say it better than me. So let's just listen to him. Yeah. But we need audio.
Imagine a city in 2030. Its interconnected web of livable urban places, empowering inclusive communities to interact, live, and create to achieve an even brighter future. Enabling the green transformation, resulting not only in carbon neutrality, but also in its citizens' incomparably higher levels of happiness and satisfaction. But why wait and dream? Our T2 Smart Cities and Communities platform is here to bring the ideas of the 2030 city to life today. The platform is built on the reliable T2 cloud infrastructure, connected to a data lake that integrates data from several sources, including citizen identity or processes running in your community. Let's explore a case of family energy consumption. As the consumption is metered, this source is integrated to our platform and made accessible to your team. This gives them the tools to analyze consumption of all the community's households, while also be available to residents via a suite of white-labeled Super City apps. These work as mobile and web apps, and even through the Super City Smart TV interface. But the best part might be the built-in rewarding system to encourage better citizen habits. Apart from energy consumption, the platform's integrated sources include the Air Quality Index, smart and green mobility data, waste management, citizen satisfaction, events, city news, and more. Also, any third-party solution can become a part of our smart ecosystem created to build a 2030 city today. Built on the T2 Smart Cities and Communities platform.
In a nutshell, our platform energizes urban evolution in a smart, sustainable, and collaborative manner. And as the technology is moving forward in a really fast pace, I wanted to share with you something that we're again doing with an innovation state of mind. You know, there's a lot of talks about artificial intelligence and chatbots. And yes, we can use open AI technology to power the cities, but we went a step further. And we're actually developing our own artificial intelligence, which will be in production in about 2 months' time. This will be used to use information from the platform, which is now, remember, aggregated, and provide relevant information to end users, up-to-date current information. This is actually a beta, which I'm showing right now. but as I said, in production in about 2 months. So we're very proud of that as well. What we are also extremely proud are our partner cities, and we see quite a few here today. We have amazing collaboration with them, and without them, we couldn't do what we do because we do these things together. So let me just show some of the things that we're doing. Amazing collaboration with team from Kran. I'm happy some of you are present here today. There we are actually witnessing community transformation through enhanced governance. And there's so many things we are doing. I don't have the time to explain all the details here today. And then there is Logatec. It's a smaller municipality, and it shows that you don't have to be the largest of cities to change things. You just have to have vision and a good partner, which helps you along the way. We have and had the pleasure of trying things outside of our country. And this is in Skopje, where we were able to, outside of our borders, witness the promising onset of a sustainable narrative. And actually last, but certainly not least, is Ljubljana. I'm so happy to announce that just 2 days ago, we were able to formalize our partnership with Ljubljana. It will be an 8-year project, collaborating together on so many things, establishing the urban digital platform where we aim to enable cutting-edge tools for management and using data collection and analysis, which will enable better planning and implementation of city policies, from mobility to notification services. Now, to conclude, we look forward to 2030, and we see ourselves sharing the vision that was presented here by previous talks of climate neutral and sustainable cities. We aspire to expand our smart city family, welcoming more cities into our collaborative fold. We warmly invite you to join us in innovating and co-creating a resilient urban future full of promise and shared success. Again, I am really happy and grateful to be able to share our journey and our vision today here with you, and I'm looking forward to engage in deeper conversations later. We are present both 2 days at our booth, so please join us and discuss things with us.
Thank you, Gasper. You started something, and I have to ask, Blaž, what problem you have with that slide?
How to say, now you catch me. The problem was, okay, that it is the concept of the city from 2016, 17. It doesn't mean that it doesn't matter, but it was very much, how to say, Westerner-centric. So Westerner-centric means that at the beginning there were big IT companies like IBM, Microsoft, and so drivers of the smart city concept. But nowadays, and they already embedded this, we have also communities part of it. Actually, the real result at the end does not reflect the starting point of smart city, which was presented the concept, but also goes towards inclusion of citizens, as we saw at the end with application.
Mm-hmm.
But we didn't arrange it, that he put this the answer now. This that's the fact. That's the fact is that many times learning, because they did many pilots, the experience on the ground, okay, what does it fly in the domain of smart city? As a big tech, what they say, and now they are not anymore with us. Now they are not anymore because it's a new hype.
Okay.
But now cities want to do things. Cities want to go smart. And you see now that's why I have a little bit of problem with this old concept. But anyhow, result is good and it's really good.
So next time you harmonize this issue. Does Heliot and T2 Heliot Waste Management and T2 platform already communicate?
I'm sorry, can you repeat your question, please?
Do you already have a joint project with the Heliod Waste Management and the TEDWA platform?
Yes, of course. We collaborate as well. We started with a pilot in Logatas, which was very successful. Actually, a use case very interesting. It was just after COVID when schools opened up, and there were a lot of concerns how to have the schoolrooms fresh with air, but not having the children sitting in their winter jackets behind the desks. So Heliod, with us, implemented smart air quality sensors in the classrooms, and there's actually displays on there which shows like a smiley face or a sad face, and immediately you know when to open the windows, let's say before examination, before the class starts. Then we created applications for the headmaster and the municipality where they can track for each classroom, you know, and you can really see when it's 7 o'clock, it goes off the charts, and then they can do something with it. But as it was said before, the gentleman that did the talk before me, without good data, there's no way to start. And it was a really good concept. It's now evolving on smart metering and so forth. So yeah, absolutely. We have a lot of different collaborations, a lot of integrations as well, because this is what we do. We integrate things.
Okay, thank you very much. More questions yet to come. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Now, A1, rather very interesting story. Miss Senchar, where is? Hi. We will see now here again a little bit more about this, and I am so happy that you will speak more about AI here. So, very welcome on the stage.
Thank you. Thank you, and good afternoon from my side also. Thank you for sticking by so long. I will start with the fact. Okay. One slide is missing. Okay. The fact is that citizens use applications to communicate, and we rarely see this option given by the municipality they live in. Times are changing. We know that digital nomads and new generations are using the applications more and more. There is a misconception that within Slovenia this is not as prominent as it is. 80% of all population is actually active on one form of social networking. So it is definitely a topic to explore. How do we want to address this? We have a possibility. This was the missing slide, sorry. The sole purpose of this engagement of citizens that already my predecessor mentioned is to engage people. To engage people, to allow them to share in the dialogue in both sides, not just to inform them about the topics they're interested in, also allow them to inform the other party about vandalism, about some suggestions that they actually have. We have to cover all of the citizens and also the visitors of the city. There is a misconception related actually to, I would say, ageism, that older population is not used to using the social media. There are cases that we can prove that this is not the case. On the other hand, if you enable other citizens to engage in this part of dialogue, then you can also make this part that actually desires calls or mails, this queue, you can make it shorter actually. No? So this is for sure one part of it. Just to localize it now that Mayor Jankovic has left the building already, on the right shore side there is a city hall from the most beautiful town in Slovenia and in the world now, I can say, there's Celje, where I'm local. So I have two people in the audience that can prove that also, and share this thought with me. The point is, people search information when they need it. It's not within the official hours of all the city services that you have, and you have to give them this opportunity. Also, Slovenia being a tourist country, we have to help them with localized options that are available through chatbots in their channels that they regularly use. The application itself, the collaborative AI platform is already available in several Scandinavian nations. There can be many adaptations. There are a lot of topics covered already, as you can see on this slide. And it's just a matter of localization and the will that you wish to put into these solutions. These are some examples of implementations made. This is one part of it, the sports bot, that really helps engage the sports part of city also. We have a couple of bigger clubs in Slovenia that found this part also important and are already using it. Again, localizing it, also our handball club in Celje uses it, and as a parent of a kid that's actually involved in this, I can say that this is a great tool for engaging citizens also, and fans that are engaged actually into several sports. Team is doing something right, as you can see, because that already got an impressive reward in Manchester in summer this year. This is definitely a solution to look into. We tried to be as practical as possible this year, not being so holistic, but present the solutions that you already can implement in a very short notice and without a big project. Another such example is Mobility Insights, that is actually using the footprint that we have as a mobile operator. Some slides are missing here because maybe someone in the audience doesn't know. A1 Slovenia is the biggest privately owned mobile network operator in Slovenia. We are part of Telekom Austria Group, that is actually a European part of America Mobile, one of the biggest telecommunications companies in the world. And through this huge footprint, we have a possibility of insight into interesting projects and also solutions, like was the previous one, like the two that will follow. We can bring these practices into Slovenia very easily. That's why we are presenting these exact solutions. As the slide itself explains, there are around 1 million devices connected to the A1 network every day. We are using this information to strictly GDPR and also locally SWOP 2 compliant to provide the interested parties with insight into mobility of population. With this approach, we have many flavors of this solution. With this approach, you can easily visualize data and see where the majority of the population is moving, and there are many use cases where you can use this data. For example, these are specialized parts of it related to cities. We have more of those. City insights, tourism insights that is more focused on the movement of tourism, tourist flows, and transportation is more and more prominent, that actually helps adapt also the schedules of public transportation. This summarizes all of the possibilities that we actually have. Because I'm short with time, maybe just to get to some satisfied customers, majority of cities actually uses it in Germany and in Austria in a sense that they use it to adapt their marketing strategies, parking modes, especially when there are some events that are not the typical day for their parking facilities. And in case of Graz, for example, the urban planners are using it, and also the facility managers for the events. Then they compare which caterers and which service providers are more profitable for them. Already mentioned tourism insights, and so some references, also Slovenian ones. The point of using such a solution is also that you can actually see the daily visitors also. No? Majority of cities uses surveys, uses data from the hotels. No? You miss this part of daily visitors from nearby. Events are a big topic lately within this solution. As mentioned, Graz uses it to actually compare the companies that are serving their events to see which attract more people so that they can predict it for the next year. A very practical example of this. And as mentioned before, we can adapt the visualization and the sole presentation of that data to the customer totally. This is just an example how the Planica ski championship was monitored a couple of years ago, how the flow from the whole Slovenia was actually gathering there, the visitors. And this is an example from Institute that was actually exploring the flows within Ljubljana, because address of residency is one thing, but when you want to have predictions for mass events like an earthquake, for example, in this case, you would like to know where the majority of the population is in certain hours, in average. So this was a simulation to see where the majority of people would be and how to make the evacuation routes and all the other measures that are needed. This part of this mobility insights is also prediction for future investments into infrastructure. Because, like said before, in case of earthquakes, you can predict which roads, which city, main roads to the city are more occupied realistically, not just on paper. And once you have this information, there is another interesting solution also that tackles the road damages. It captures, using AI, it captures the situation on the roads and actually at the same time categorizes the damage. So it's already prepared for the measures that follow, and this also tackles the one of the problems that were discussed before, the lackage of the human resources in some cases. Some additional benefits, because I don't have much time, I will just ask you to look at it on our page and in the booth outside. Maybe just to add to the whole discussion that we had today, and because my topics were not so sustainability flavored, A1 and before Simobir were actually one of the first companies that started with ESG topics and environmental topics even before this was obligatory for big companies and modern. From urban beekeeping to one of the first campaigns for environmentally related topics, remisli and so on. We are also very active on the topic on smart cities within the organizations that are locally present. One of those is SRIP, pametna mesta in skupnosti, so strategic partnership for research and innovation in Slovenia, covering the topic of smart cities and communities. Actually, there I'm leading one of the verticals for mobility. I think I should also invite you to one of other projects, Novo Celje, near Celje, where we present workshops to interested municipalities to holistically take a look at the actual challenges they have with other partners to create solutions that are tailored to their needs, using all the knowledge that we already, as emphasized, got from the foreign projects that are already made in different sizes, in different flavors. One of those are for sure also in the size of your community and city. Thank you.
Very nice. Thank you very much. One question. In Planica, you were obviously part of Planica, so what happened with the data? How was this being used?
Yeah, unfortunately, COVID happened afterwards, no? So a lot of these key takeouts were not used later on, but I'm sure that they will use it when this everything normalizes. Now, last year was pretty normal event again, but yeah, first year was not as exploded as it could be. The point of it was to see where actually the visitors come, how they interact with other touristic attractions around it, if there were foreigners. So from this part they could get some very interesting insights that cannot be done with other means like surveying and similar.
They could or they will? Is this needed your push from in this direction or?
They were really interested. They have the possibilities to use it. They also reached out again, so hopefully they will do something with it.
Okay,
Yeah.
very good. Thank you very much.
Okay.
And now we have on a schedule two more presentations. This is waste management by Heliot and Aplast. Because this is actually a joint presentation, we agree that we will put all this together into one, so that actually we will be more able to follow the flow and to understand the case more in detail. So Luca and Mariana. Eva, sorry, Mariana was right now. Sorry, Eva. I know that we all would like to hear and listen and watch Eva more, but unfortunately, first we will have to go through with Luca. So, but he's good.
Yeah,
guy.
I'm really sorry for that. I'm really sorry for that. I will try to be quick.
So the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you. So thank you all for coming. Thank you, Blaž, for inviting us in this. I think we are 3 years in a row here at LJUBLJANA Forum, and I think it's a great vendor to present all the solution. Thank you also to Gasper to really say those nice collaboration things. I think we show that two maybe competitive companies can work together in one case. So yeah. Okay, I will start with the IoT solutions for key city services. So this is, let's say, we will focus on our Heliot side first, and then we will continue with the Uplast. So before we start with the actual, let's say, solutions, I just want to present just quickly who are we? What is Heliot? Actually, we are, let's say, the group Heliot Europe, independent IoT network operator in 7 different, I think it's 7 different countries: Germany, Austria, Denmark, United Kingdom, Switzerland, and of course in Slovenia. So our goal is actually to address the challenges of the smart city, of the municipalities, businesses, and with our IoT solutions to solve those problems. Our main technology, of course, we are operator of the technology called Sigfox. We have base station all around those countries, almost 3,700, let's say, we have it in those countries. So, and our main technology is also Sigfox, but we are working also with the conversions with different technologies, BLE, RFID, NB-IoT, LoRa. So we are, let's say, seeing our competitive as a, let's say, as a go-to market to challenge your, or to address your challenges. So now you're probably wondering what is IoT? We are all speaking about IoT, Internet of Things, but before we will go to that, these are our, let's say, 3 pillars of our business. So we are working for the industrial coverage where there is needed. So we are focusing on your, let's say, when you have the problem, we will be there with our solution. We are working closely with partners. One of them I will be presenting now later about the waste management solution. And of course, we are focusing on the smart cities, logistics, and supply chain, let's say, use cases. And now, what is IoT? So actually, just for the quick presentation, this is just, so you have, I don't know, for example, this table, you have a pallet, or you have the water meter. And then, so this basic stuff are not connected to the internet by itself. And we are trying them to, we put the sensors on the one side on them, we put the technology for the data transfer to them, inside of them, and then they can communicate through the internet. And this is, so on the other side, on one side we have sensors, on the pallets, on the logistics side, containers, roll cages, and then on the smart city side, waste management, fill level sensors, air quality sensors, and water meters. And everything, it's, let's say, communicate through our Sigfox network, which is built all around those countries, to the administrator portal, and to the backend, and directly to the visualization platform, which allows you, our customers, to take action. So you will have the visibility, in terms of visibility, transparency, reducing the costs, optimization of the processes, all of this. We continue, so we at Heliot were focused on 4 pillars or 4 verticals of the smart cities. One is waste management, second is water management, the third is parking management, and the last one is air quality monitoring with different projects, with different sensors, all with our partners, also with the T2 in Logatec. But today we will focus on the waste management thing, so on the waste management use case. So please be careful, data-driven waste management. So we are not, let's say, we are not using the waste management, okay, we are thinking about that this bin has to be emptied. Okay, yeah, probably there is because we didn't empty it 2 weeks. No, it's not, let's say, in the air, it's on the data. So how can we start? So these are the key challenges of, let's say, the waste management industry. Those are, let's say, more general ones, but I will focus more on the ones that you actually saw it. So you saw a lot of, let's say, dirty eco islands all across the town with just waste lying around. In some cases, you don't have enough bins to cover all the, let's say, needs from the population that's living there. Then maybe you have too much of those bins in this particular locations. No optimization of the waste collecting routes, so high cost. That's why, because of the no optimization, you have high cost of the gas, high CO2 emissions, and you don't understand actually the waste cycle in your city or at your business. So I was asking where to start. First, with asset management, and then with smart field level sensors. With asset management, you can, let's say, put identification, RFID tags on each bin inside of your city, and then you have, let's say, the inventory inside of our software. The second thing is smart field level sensor that it sensor how much is full or how much is empty the bin container. And of course, when the bin container is, let's say, full, more than 90–80%, then it's probably time to collect, and there goes alarms. The second thing, what is actually the most important thing, what to do with this data. So all the data collected, it goes directly to the waste management system, which allows you to do everyday tasks, like let's say, mapping waste infrastructure, collecting schedules and routing, service verification reports. So all of these things, you can, let's say, manage it in the waste management system. And another thing, in the route planning and optimization of collecting waste, this is the most important thing where, let's say, the most cost can be, let's say, solvable. So you can have more from it. The engine can, let's say, you can translate, okay, you can say, take this bin, this bin, this bin, and collect it all the way. You can put it on demand collection and, of course, the scheduled collection. Additional features here are driver navigation app, so the driver has all the sites that they need to pick up, and the fastest route is on there. We go forward with some additional features with bin access management system. So this is actually for those who, let's say, you have the NFC chip, and then you just open the bin, and you can, let's say, later connect it to the pay-as-you-throw system. What is actually this solution effect? So better quality of life, cleaner, safer streets, more free public spaces. Those are, let's say, more general. But what is the most important is decrease in pickup frequencies, less air and noise pollutions, and of course, more bins in the right places. So you can optimize the whole process, the whole understanding of the waste cycle. Here are actually our, let's say, cities, business partners who are now, let's say, using our system. Acecolin, Ecocharita, those are, let's say, throwback systems in Czech Republic and in Slovakia. The biggest thing now is actually in Madrid, happening in Madrid, largest smart waste installation in Europe, more than 11,000 smart bins. It was installed in their bin sensors in their bins, and the most, let's say, all-around solution is used in Bratislava. You have these numbers here. What is the most important thing? That they use the whole system, the route optimization thing, asset management, the analysis, and they are, let's say, optimizing all the processes or their management system. And this is exactly what we are trying to do here in Slovenia. So we have a lot of customers, a lot of businesses all around Europe and all around the world, and we must do something in Slovenia. That's why we let's say, collaborate with Aplast, that we will offer the, let's say, Slovenian market, the all-in-one solution with, of course, their EcoDeep and our sensoric, so field level sensor, waste bin management, bin access management, and of course waste management system all together in one. You can actually, so before I gave my word to Eva, you can actually see this bin outside and try it on yourself, so try it by yourself. Okay, I think Eva, now it's your turn, and let's give it a big applause for Eva.
Hvala lepa, Luka. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be here today. So hello, everyone. I'd like to thank Luka first and the forum organizers and founder for welcoming me and Aplast in your midst. My name is Eva Petronik, and I'm here as a representative of Aplast. It's a company from Žalec in Slovenia, and we are a rotomolding company producing items which come in handy for water and waste management, mainly. Water management, these are rainwater harvesting tanks, drinking water tanks, wastewater tanks, also sludge systems, all sorts of items. And the second one, for which I'm here for today, is waste management, and these are the EcoDeep semi-underground waste bins, waste containers. Now, for this solution, we've decided to team up with Heliot and Sensoneo to make our solution even more optimized and smart. I'll get back to that at the end. Now, basically, we produce the shell, and Sensoneo and Heliot produce the ghost inside. So this solution is really rounded, and with it, we provide both the end users as the ones who empty the waste from the households, as well as the waste management companies which collect the waste, the best possible way to dispose of it. Now, why EcoDeep is more efficient than other bins, other containers? It's because primarily the volume. We produce 5 cubic meter bins, and because 70% is underground, you can only see the visually very neatly packaged top, easily accessible also for children, for people with disabilities. It's not problematic to use. It's used for all types of fractions. So this solution is for not just collecting the waste, but for waste separation. And waste separation is the first step towards recycling, a wholesome process of recycling, because what we are trying to achieve in the end is eliminating as much as possible mixed residual waste, because this is the waste that cannot be recycled per se. It has to be separated into fractions that can be reused, recycled, or upcycled in any way possible. Because our solution is mainly underground, this means that there is noise reduction, there is foul smell reduction, the waste isn't accessible for pests, so vermin such as rats, crows cannot access the waste and thrash it around, so it's not messy. Basically, without Sensoneo and Heliot, our solution are bins for waste separation. But with their solution combined, we can make sure that there is a significant CO2 reduction during the process of waste removal by the companies, because the frequency of the waste removal is lessened so much because of the volume of the container. This is the first way to do it. Now, secondly, because the sensorics can control the amount of waste which has been leveled up, piled up, the truck arrives when the bin is full. So the trucks don't make unnecessary routes. And I have to conclude, I'll be brief. If I can reflect on the question at the beginning, what is a smart city? A smart city can be just about any city in the world, not just a city, but rural areas as well. They are only as smart as the end users. So what we have to include, we as producers, we as members of the community, is education. So educating the end users how to not just separate waste, but also how to internalize the severity of the issue that waste causes and the irreversibility of the consequences if we don't get straight to the matter now. I can conclude with that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So in logistics, we really believe that the time planning is a serious thing. We really prepare some questions that's supposed to be discussed with all of the lecturers. However, we are now exactly 15 minutes after 3 o'clock as it has been scheduled. So, since we are on time and since you are so serious, all those you are on the conference, you are not at the workplace, one serious question for all of you. Does anybody know how is called the condom which is coming from Chernobyl? The glove. So this is now for the end of the today's session. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we continue, speed up with the final session and announcement of a workshop. So I will give a floor to Jose Jacob, but before that, Igor, challenging. It's also challenging to have you. Thank you. So now Jose Jacob, India. So last year we signed an agreement with Bangalore at TIA Summit. So it's really great to have you here. Thank you also to bring companies from India. So we'll hear about their solution tomorrow. And yes, the floor is yours. In order to catch up with the time, please, I'm sure you will proceed in a proper way. Thank you.
So good evening to all of you. It's really nice to be once again back in Ljubljana, the most beautiful city in the world. That claim is made by a lot of people, so I think it's right for me to acknowledge to be in this special city of Ljubljana. You know, as we now move to the next panel, the topic is industry solutions for smart cities. You know, that's one thing which I like about LJUBLJANA Forum, and you know, we should give a round of applause to Blaž for being able to conceive of a conference where the practical side is equally important and it's not just a theoretical side. So it's really lovely to be moderating the panel on industry solutions. And we have 4 lovely speakers today, very, very different perspectives from different, let's say, industry perspectives. The first speaker that we have is Mateja from the Slovenian Railways. And let's give a big round of applause and welcome her onto stage.
Hello from the Slovenian Railways. Thank you for invitation. So, when we have been preparing for this meeting, so we are thinking what to show and what shall be the contributions of the Slovenian Railways to the sustainability of Slovenian cities. So we pick three topics. First of all, is the perspective of the new rolling stock of the Slovenian Railways. The next is the central bus station of Ljubljana, and the third topic is our new offer in the area of last mile called Slovenian Railways Gremo Zeleno. So let's go one by one. As you know, the Slovenian Railways recently bought a lot of new vehicles. This is 51 of them. These are diesel electric motor units and also double-decker. And let's see how they look inside and also outside. So this is how they look, our new vehicles, but of course we don't want to stop at this point. We are planning another purchases, so another 20 motor units until the end of the 26, 4 locomotives, and also 20 wagons equipped, modernly equipped, because these are really old, which we are having now. And after all this, of course, also high-speed trains with tilting technology. The Slovenian Railways are also trying to add some additional value to our passengers with our partners inside our Serge group and also with the government and so on. So we are working on development bicycle parking areas, ticket machines, mobile app. Also a lot of partnership doing with for last mile service development, and as we saw, the safe and comfortable fleet. So let's look at this also. So now it's important to look what all this, what we are doing, means in numbers. Here we are showing our passengers, transported passengers in millions in last few years. We see the big decrease because of the COVID, but also another growth after the COVID was passed, but even the growth was more high as it has been decreased before. And now what about our new fleet? This is the period between the 21 and 22. We see that there has been the growth of 25%, which is substantial, very high. Of course, it's not just the impact of the new fleet, also other things like what is government doing in the area of public transport, development new tickets, discounts, and so on. But anyway, it's surely impact also of our new fleet. So we hope this trend will also follow in the next years. It's also very important to look what it means in the perspective of the CO2 emissions. Here we see that so the passenger transport of our Slovenian Railways passenger transport gain in 21, these are exact measures also reported in our annual reports. So we had 33 grams CO2 equivalent emissions per passenger kilometers, and it has been reducted for 24% in 22. It's a really big number, and it's an impact of new fleet, new rolling stock, but also other things like optimization on the energy consumption in the company, also new electric fleets and so on. It's very important if we compare these numbers with buses or even with cars. It's a really big difference, and this is why we can just say welcome to Slovenian trains and contribute to the emissions reductions. This is a very important issue, and I think we shall be thinking about this more often. So the next element that we want to present is our central bus station Ljubljana that Slovenian Railways are the investor of in this new building. Since we have already presented this last year, maybe just some additional information in this view. So here we see the complete area of new public passenger center of Ljubljana. Here, this is the now railway station at this moment. Here is the place of new bus station, but now we are talking about two terminals, about North Terminal and also about the South Terminal. This in between, above the tracks, there will be the new railway station. So we see that because of the lack of the space in this area, we had to think about another place where to put these bus platforms. And so this is now the solutions that is at the moment actual. So what we would have, 51 bus platforms, about 1,000 to 2,000 bicycle spaces, about 600 car parking spaces. It will be also concerned for the e-charging of the bus, of those cars, electric cars, but also some for the buses. So this is again, our house, new house from one side. This is the North Terminal. Like we see, it's a very long building, almost 200 meters long, with 51,000 square meters of area and so on. So I think it will be a nice picture, nice house. So here we see this, how it will be constructed. There will be 3 underground levels, then this area for the bus platforms, and about again another 5 levels for the main hall, for the passengers, but also for the premises of the Slovenian Railways. Let's talk a little bit about this South Terminal. So it will be, the location will be in the area of our building, where now there is passenger transport inside this building, and partly this is bus station at the moment. So this area, quite near this moment railway station, which we already call the old railway station, because the new will be about the tracks. Here there will be floor area about 8,300 square meters, mainly needed for those bus platforms, and also above there will be one level for the offices. Again, picture from the North Terminal. Of course, this will be quite good additional value for the city. This is what we already know. The central multimodal passenger transport hub. We will try to add different, to connect it good with other modes of transport. On the back side, there will be connection with the rail. Here it will be connection with the bicycle space for parkings and so on. Local bus on the other side and so on. So since we haven't now shown about this traffic regulation in the wider area, because there will be a public presentation on the October of 10th, and today we have to stop at this point, and other information will be then provided on the October of 10th. Now we can go to the third point. So the Slovenian railways are trying to connect the main service in the passenger transport, so traveling with trains, with also other last mile services. We made first pilot which connects our service of traveling with trains with last mile e-cars. Which this way we can come to our final destination. We call this new brand of Slovenian Railways Shift to Green, or in Slovenian language, Gremo zeleno. So this first project, we called this pilot project, we developed with the company T2 Rota Lab with their new brand, Green Go. And so it's new project from Slovenian Railways Passenger Transport, and T2 Rota Lab. So what is the main added value from the passengers? So on the railway station Ljubljana, on our selling points, you can buy packages. We call them package Gremo zeleno, which you can buy the credit. Then you can also then put inside the application, and then it's very good tariff. It's very low compared to other competitors. And on every ticket there is a bonus. On every ticket for the train we have a bonus of €5. So this is for the first ride with electric cars, and it's very stimulating for our passengers. There are the samples of our tickets, how it looks. So in the bottom, in the footer part of the tickets, there is this code, a welcome code, gratis for €5, and this is this package which you can buy and then load this money into the application and need it for the ride with the electric cars. What is the system? So we have 2 parking spaces. These are the tracks, and this is on the south part, on the north part near the Vilhareva Street, and this is the Turko F. So these are the places where you can take your cars, you can rent your cars, but this is not the only way, because the cars can be left everywhere in the street where it is permitted, or with paying the parking fee. You don't have to bring them back to those locations. And also, if the cars are anywhere in the area of City of Ljubljana or Municipality of Ljubljana, you can take the car there and then go to where you need to go. So it's a hybrid system. It's only so you can take the car in the municipality, you can bring it back, but you can drive the car on the whole area of the Republic of Slovenia. We have been this pilot introduced January this year, and we can say that there is quite a lot of passengers are asking for these services, especially in September. There has been quite a big increasing in this in buying those tickets for the cars. So when you have this coupon with those codes, you just simply download the application, Gringo application. It's made for Android, also for Apple. It's very easy to use. You can register in few minutes, 2-3 minutes, and then just upload those coupons and just start with driving. Additional information, of course, on our pages, LJUBLJANA, but also from our partner, Gringo. Of course, we don't want to stop here at this point. Our point is that we develop this last mile service also for other types of modes. So we are preparing pilot project with GoGiro for e-scooter, and also with Nomago for electric bikes, so to support our customers with develop service, so train connected with other last mile services as we see here at this point. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mateja Mašik from Slovenian Railway. You know, it's interesting, sometimes we hear that mobility is the foundation on which all prosperity is built. You know, if people had the choice not to move, they will still move. You know, that's the, you know, we had Jan introduced as the digital nomad, you know, which means there is the urge to move, to learn, to also share as one moves. There's an interesting joke I want to, you know, share. Some funny guy has said, year to year, it's getting faster to cross continents, but it's getting more longer to reach my office, you know. This, as cities grow and become economic hubs, we see that at the larger point, things are getting shorter, and at the shorter point, things are getting longer. And so I think we would like to congratulate Mateja and the Slovenian Railways. You know, you are not only thinking about the train, but you are thinking about the bus, you are thinking about the ecosystem, and from there, shared mobility, and from there, green mobility and bikes, intermodal mobility. You know, this kind of integrated and fuller thinking is what will keep Slovenia ahead. It will keep Ljubljana as a city that continues to grow. So, well done. It's really nice to see that you go beyond just the railway concept. In fact, you know, when we know that you are coming to speak, we are thinking you're going to say something about the railway. But then as the presentation developed, you went to all these multiple modes of transport and how you are integrating and also incentivizing people to use. So this is also going to consumer psychology and trying to build passion to find sustainable solutions for city. You know, so even though our session is industry solution for city, I think I have to compliment the Slovenian Railway to think like an industry and not think like a typical government organization that's only thinking in their silo. So that's really great, amazing. If we have time in the end, we bring all our speakers for a quick round of questions, because I think we have 4 speakers, so we will have time in the end. Our next speaker is from Commend, Austria, which is making your life secure. Now, in which way and how, I request Dennis Kriegsman to come and explain. He's come here all the way from the Netherlands, right? Yes. Over to you, Dennis.
So, today I'm going to talk about creating safe and efficient cities. And I'm going to speak about something quite different than I heard today already. And I will try to keep things interesting because it's a long day. So I will try to make it an entertainable presentation for you. So first, a few words for the organization where I work for. I work for a company called Commend, and we are in the business of professional audio communication. We are in various segments, but in the last few years we have seen a steep growth in the smart city communication solutions that we provide. So it ties us to railway organizations, it ties us to smart buildings, it ties us to other types of mobility facilitators in the spectrum, where they need fixed and reliable communication between humans to shorten the distances in between people. I will explain how that works, but we have been in this business for 50 years. And there's one point that I would like to take the attention to, also assign it to Blaž maybe a little bit, because there's one topic which is quite nicely put here underneath, and that's a topic that touches us all, because we're in the business of using more and more data, sharing more and more data, and this is not stopping with our office. This is targeting a need which is on a European level addressed as the NIS2 directive, which is cybersecurity. And this is, I believe, a topic that I didn't see yet really come back on the program, but it's something that we as organizations take great care of in fulfilling these requirements. So I will not bother you with that. It's just a remark that I want to make for everybody here to say, hey, if you share data in between, doesn't matter which organization, it's a very important topic and it will increase as more data is shared in between. So let's dive into the topic, because one thing that we have within our command group is 500 enthusiastic colleagues that work around the globe, basically in the field of audio communication. And we share one big passion. And let me explain that with a video. So this is what we believe is quite often missing within the smart city domain. The power of the ears and the power of the mouth. So using only the video makes you into a mime. You're just seeing the movement, but you're not able to interact and help using your mouth and ears. So we created a philosophy to target many of the smart city challenges, but from different angles in which we have heard today. So for example, it's important that we support staff that is giving tourists, inhabitants, people and commuters the support that they need in the daily life, whether it's in emergency situations or just practical information. The support that is needed to be given is most often mostly repetitive. So we provide solutions to unload the city staff with these repetitive questions. And we can do that with various solutions, which I'm going to present a bit later on. Inclusiveness, so people with disabilities, but also people that have maybe a hearing disability or blind people. They need different types of support, and they can benefit also massively when you use the power of the voice to translate that into text, or that you support them with other types of signaling or information to provide them with the needed information they have within the city domain. Also, within the city, you have various departments which can mostly benefit from maybe helping each other out. A lot of the informational calls eventually ends up maybe with the emergency services where you don't want to have them because you are limited in your staff. And that goes, for example, in combinations with railway, where you have maybe incidents that need to be managed. So there's various touching points within these cities if people are in their seamless journey, where we are with our stations, but basically can be a matchmaker between these organizations, and that's what we're doing in various countries already. We can enhance the situational awareness. So using our devices, they can be placed, they can be put into ears. And these ears can transform into data. So noise pollution, maybe different sound patterns can trigger and alert people to maybe have a situational awareness that is out of the ordinary. And that gives the cities the possibility to not only use fixed communication stations as means of reaching out for help, but also when they're passive, when they're in idle mode, you can use them for different purposes. Also, the improvement of incident response time. So if a camera sees something, it's nice. Think about the meme. Then you can also interact by applying audio to defuse a situation or to immediately respond that, that the incident has been spotted and that you are defusing the situation. So yeah, pretty much that's it. And also, if you collect data, you can also use that data out of these conversations to make decisions about maybe how to better perform people. What they are asking is known from the conversations, but if you turn that into data, you can also use it to increase the signage or increase maybe the positions where you want to have communication devices, or maybe you want to have a mobile app. So there's all kinds of choices that you can collect from this information. And last but not least, that's also a big point what I want to send out here, is when we apply our devices, they're 9 out of 10 times placed for the purpose of like 15 years of operation. So if you talk about sustainability and if you talk about a green type of implementation, we have systems running what we call evergreen technology, which in the 80s were placed in Salzburg Airport, where the passenger arrive, and if you have lost luggage, there's a station there. This is, yeah, running on the latest system, but the station in the field is placed in the 80s and still active. It still works. So the durability of solutions which you install, I mean, you can maybe think about buying a cheap type of device which you place in the city that can last for like 8 years or 10 years. But it's also important to consider what you install within the city and to help the durability and the possibilities to use them for a longer time. So in short, our solutions help people to live in a place which is a better place to be in, just helping them in their daily life. And when something is wrong, we also help them in that type of situation. So let's give some clear examples. What you see here are various applications which we have built across smart cities around the globe. For example, in Germany, you see this SOS button which is directly connected and retrofitted to a light pole, but it can also be placed somewhere else. It's flexible, it connects, and it gives the authorities the opportunity to interact in the more dangerous parts of the city or the parks or where people feel unsafe, and it has raised the feeling of safety by doing so. City parks can also be equipped with these columns and these tensions like the SOS buttons, which are clearly indicated, so people know where to go when something is wrong. The one that is in this picture is a very crucial one because you can find them in the city of Nice, and they helped actually to prevent worse when a terrorist attack happened, because the button is directly connected to the highest priority within the city. So the emergency services were immediately responding and helped to resolve the question in this case. So there was a big need for this type of SOS applications. And this is where we are, but it's just one part of what we do. The other part is related to the question, okay, can you maybe solve questions with the integration of mobiles, or do you need a fixed installation? We both can attend the two topics, but with a fixed installation and a dedicated call station, you're just quicker in your information and process follow-up. The other point is that people just want information that needs to be shared. And this is where we provide devices, and I walked across the Ljubljana city, the lovely city where I was for the first time, and I don't know why it was the first time, because I will definitely return again. And maybe not for work, but for just private time, so it's really a lovely city. But I saw a lot of screens and I saw a lot of devices there, but they are not interactive because they send a one-way message. So it's like either advertisement or they're observing by cameras. So this gives me the opportunity to say, hey, think about maybe there's parts or sections where you want to interact. And this gives maybe travelers or passengers or people that need just a directive on what they were finding in the city, a good two-way street. And if something is wrong, they know where to resort and reach out for help. The other thing that I want to point out is if you place these devices, you can listen to these heat maps, these noise signals. If you have certain sections that need attendance from cars being prevented, you can listen to sound patterns, you can see what is out of the ordinary, and you can interact with that. You can collect that data. So then you can see if policies that are deployed actually work in real life. And you use the ears, and you're not recording everybody, you're transferring the data that you collect on audio into physical data, and basically with these patterns you can detect abnormalities or incidents or whatever you want to use or what the problem is. But collecting all this information requires two things. I'm almost at the last slide. All this data needs to go somewhere, and there's various departments, various parts of the cities that can use that data, and we already saw it with the A1 presentation. We already saw it with the platform. There's various ways of managing this information. The information that we collect can be shared in between the platforms. So there's possibilities where there are already existing systems, but maybe they need to be concentrated on certain parts of certain applications. Then we can take care of that. I mean, in the city domain, it's all about cooperation. And all these signals need to go somewhere, as said. We can provide all the solutions to manage that, but we can also perfectly integrate into that other world where already existing systems target the whole city domain. So I hope I've given you a snapshot of what we do on a global scale, and hopefully there's enough time to interact tonight or at another location that we can continue the conversation. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. That's really interesting set and portfolio of services. I think a lot of people will find value in connecting with you. In the beginning was the word, and then everything else, right? So back to the basics of philosophy and theology. On the other side, I have to point out an interesting thing. There's a wonderful book called The Call of the Mall. Yeah, The Call of the Mall, right? And they use big data analytics to find out that whenever men, let's say above 40 years, whenever they buy alcohol, they also buy chocolates and toys for the kids, okay? Now, they didn't know this, but when they did this big data analytics, they found out that when you bought alcohol, this is always with that, right? And so what does that data do? Just like your listening post, right? Listen to this data, find patterns. And this pattern was found through a big data analytics, done at Bangalore by one of the IT companies. And now when you go to Dubai, you will find that the alcohol stuff and the toys are close by. You don't have to walk so much. And instinctively, data helps, of course, revenue-wise for them. Steps-wise, maybe it's a bit bad. You're walking lesser steps, but otherwise, it's a good and interesting idea. On the other hand, given that you also covered this aspect of where all this data goes, where does it get stored, incidentally, we all hear data is gold, right? And of course, data is gold. In fact, yesterday, I reached a little bit early in the evening in Ljubljana, and I was seeing that outside Zara, there is this security kind of, car with 2-3 cops. Maybe they're collecting the cash or they're sending it to the bank. So people are securing money that way with 3 security guards and a gun, but they don't care about data. So this is a big problem that has to be fixed. And just last week, we know that MGM Resorts in Las Vegas was hacked, and all their endpoint sensors, room sensors, the power is with somebody else. They have no clue what to do. Somebody somewhere is able to close the door, open the door, off the air conditioning, on the air conditioning. So of course, as we connect everything to the cloud, data becomes important, security becomes important, and it's nice. And I hope a lot of people will come over and talk to you. Excellent. From there, and from that ecosystem of comment, we move to EVs and electric vehicles, and a very interesting presentation by Maurizio Sardi. He will talk to us about EV tech for you, and how unless you as a corporate or you as a industry have EV in your business plan, you are not so smart enough. So over to Maurizio to explain it. Thank you. Let's give a big round of applause here.
Thank you very much. I believe we are a little bit familiar now with electric vehicles, so an electric vehicle charging. Also about the word of digitalization, sustainable mobility, sustainable transport. So I want to get, hopefully I'm gonna get you a little bit more details into what companies and municipalities can benefit about implementing a sustainable mobility strategy. From the company perspective, of course, we are always going to be focusing to what is the financial return of how we are going to be able to save money. But also from the citizen perspective, and in an economy that is pushing the inflation quite high, and one of the leading factors is the cost of oil and gas, we can also reduce this cost or the inflation from the economical perspective. Also, there is going to be the correlation of the environmental benefits. Of course, it's good to breathe better air, but also how much does it cost us? How much does it cost the public sector, the healthcare sector, to be able to do that? Anyway, we are not going to dig down into every single problem and every single solution to do that, but we are going to be covering a little bit more into what the key points we are doing at EV Tech for You. So number one is when we implement solutions as ourselves as investors in EV charging infrastructure, or we support our clients, we make decisions based on data. Yeah, fantastic. Everyone has been talking about data, but how do we do this? In Europe, there are around 300,000 public charging points. We have data for 18,000 charging points in our database. The reason is because we collaborate with other companies that have a very similar appetite to be able to develop a network of EV charging infrastructure, promoting two key elements. One is the benefit for the investor, the benefit for the municipality, as well as the benefit for the user experience, focus in this area. Some of our projects are already being implemented from some of the largest companies in the region, such as Petrol, which is the energy company of the region, Nissan, Volvo, but also we are developing really interesting collaboration with companies like Elliott, with Blaž, and the team. And also with T2, we are finalizing one proposal for companies that they will be bringing Green Go, so the car sharing technology, and we are going to be bringing the EV charging infrastructure in the model that we implemented in such a way. Yeah? So there are many connections in the industry. Of course, EV charging is not the solution to the problem by itself. The solution is the interconnection of many different technologies, many different companies to be able to deliver that, to be able to allow us to simplify our mobility. Yeah? Now, because of the same reason, we don't operate only in Slovenia, but we cover a full corridor from Italy, Slovenia, and Croatia. And we focus in this area into interconnecting the solutions. So how are we creating a strategic solution for the region? Of course, it will be fantastic to colonize the world, but it costs money and a lot of effort. So we are focused only in this specific region, in these three countries. And also, the implementation of the projects are executed with some of the premium technologies. So also, to let you know, we are not cheap, but we are using some of the best technologies. So what we do is basically we integrate companies, we integrate technologies to be able to deliver a meaningful solution. If you are in the transport sector, it's going to be totally different than if you are a municipality. Yeah? Also today I was talking about EV charging for boats. Do we have a solution like that? Yes, we do. It's totally different solution for that. So this level of integration to accommodate the different needs of the client is very important. So our key solution that we bring to cities and especially to companies, which is our main focus, which also have a big collateral impact in the cities, of course, is we focus in EV charging hubs. Why EV charging hubs? Do we want to have thousands and thousands of EV chargers in the city centers? No, we don't even want to have many cars in the centers. So what we want to do is to build up these EV charging hubs because we aim to increase the utilization. Because if we have a low utilization, we are going to have less private sector investing in it. I respect the view from the city of Vienna that they own 70% of the infrastructure, but I come more from the investment management side, where we provide, these partnerships are very important from our perspective, yeah? So if we increase utilization, we are going to have more smart investors investing in our smart cities, in our green cities, in our green logistics, in our transition to sustainability, okay? Now, the poor user experience that we have, so it's really complex to use different technologies to be able to charge your car. What we try to do is to aggregate as many charging point operators, so EV charging stations around Europe. So we have 300,000, and you will be able to travel from here to, more to the Balkans, as well as to the UK, or wherever you want to go in Europe, and even outside of Europe. Simplification. In terms of the quality, and I made a brief point in this area, quality and management of this infrastructure is very important. You know, things get broken down. But even though if you use the biggest quality, who is going to be doing a service level agreement? This is the priority of everything. You may already know that in Europe we have many charging points, but 25% of them work. Why? We don't have service level agreements in these charging points. We have a network of 37 companies doing services for us. So from the south of Croatia to Italy, you know, we need to build up. It's actually one of the most complex parts. This is also something very important for the procurement process in the public sector. All these EV charging hubs, so we have higher utilization. What is going to be the key benefit? It's not only for the investor, but also we are going to be able to bring this value, these economies of scale to the end user. We are going to be able to be more competitive, focus in more services, in better pricing to those specific clients. Because if there is already a return investment, we will be able to deliver more for these end clients. And something that I think is the most important thing, and I think the public sector plays a key role in this area, the low impact of most EV charging infrastructure projects. If the public sector doesn't engage with the private investor, we are going to have thousands of chargers that are not utilized. People don't know why they are doing this. And this is why I'm going to talk very briefly about the benefits, financial and environmental benefits. Okay, so financial benefits. We can look at this table from the investor perspective, as well as from the citizen perspective, as well as from the company perspective. How much money are you making, as well as how much money you are saving? So if we, as municipality now, or citizens, we say, why should I put solar power plants and charge my electric vehicle? Well, it's going to be very simple. You are going to be saving or spending around 10% of what you will spend in a diesel vehicle. Does it make sense? Well, to me it does, yeah? And also, okay, I don't have this specific capacity to do a charging station in every single public point. So I will need to charge ultra-fast charging in the public charging station. It's still making sense, yeah? So for the logistics sector, we did a project for IKEA, where IKEA is going to have the charging points in their location, but also they are going to be utilizing some of the public charging infrastructure. It's still making sense. Around 40% cost reduction only from mobility in their business. And also from the investment perspective, it's pretty profitable business, okay? Now, if we go to the environmental benefits, there is also an environmental benefit. So we are going to be producing about 20% of the CO2 emissions when we drive an electric vehicle than when we drive an EV, a diesel vehicle or a gasoline vehicle. Yeah? So In this specific scenario, when I was presenting this slide in Italy, I was putting the floodings that happen in Slovenia, but for respect of the listeners, I put now, in this specific case, the floodings in Italy. So we are flooded everywhere. We have climate change everywhere. And even though we are not going to be able to stop it, and you made a really good point when the city of Vienna were talking that there is no way back, really. But at least we can slow this down, or we can improve, or at least I can go out with my kids and enjoy the air in the micro scenario. So why we are not doing this if there is a financial as well as an environmental benefit? What is delaying us to do that? Yeah? Now, going into projects, there are quite a lot of projects going on now, especially with companies as I mentioned, IKEA. IKEA has already started implementing the last mile delivery in Slovenia, in the southeast of Europe. But because we are mainly focused today in the public sector, I have to be honest, I am not going to bring great news. The public sector is very slow. These projects have been on paper for more than a year. They were requested by the specific cities. Actually, and to be fair, the municipality of Križevci is a very small municipality in Croatia, and we learned that the smaller towns are the ones that are taking the biggest steps. I mean, it's not that we don't have chargers or we are not implementing sustainable mobility in big cities, but what we have learned is the appetite is much smaller. They are playing with thousands of people in big cities, so maybe it is more complex. Actually, I've never been in public administration, so there should be a level of complexity. But if we analyze these two specific projects, so the municipality of Celje, we have the problem that people that live in these huge buildings, they won't be able to charge in the building, yeah? So how can we do this? So the key expectation that we develop for the city is, okay, the municipality is going to be investing, but you cannot scare out the private investment. So if you, as a city, are going to be taking all this niche market, which is thousands of people that live in those buildings, how we can create an economic project that you are going to continue attracting foreign investment or local investment, private capital, but also you are going to be incentivizing it. So the proposal in this specific case is we are going to be giving to everyone that lives in this building a voucher of 50% of discount of charging in all the EV charging infrastructure in the city of Celje. So they will be charging at the same cost that you will be charging at home. And when anyone else comes to charge, they are going to be paying the price that any other public charging station. So there is now also a fragmentation in the market. Križevci, we are installing now 120 charging points. So what we are doing in this specific area is connecting the public and the private sector. So this is going to be a solution for citizens as well as for companies, and we are going to increase the utilization and create a harmonized project for everyone in the municipality. Okay? Yeah. I think I finished. So this is what we do: strategic consulting, project implementation, and EV charging management. Okay? Thank you very much.
I will call you back in some time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mauricio. You know, it's interesting that they have the word tech in their company, and it's very clear. They are trying to make EV profitable to everybody in the ecosystem, to the customer, to the city administration, to a mall, to a public building, to a private building, and also to the investors. So I think really great, something very unique, because you had that slide with the money and why it makes sense. People don't get it unless they see it, but sometimes after seeing it also they don't get it. So only one suggestion I have for you, but I know you're a clever guy, is to start creating FOMO, which is, you have a poster with one of your city or one of the mall, and with their permission say, this guy, for example, let's say BTC City, saved 200,000 euro last year because of EV tech for you. When will you make a call? Question mark and QR code. Okay. So let's give a big round of applause to Maurizio Sardi. And now is the last speaker, and then we have just one round of some interesting stuff I'll do with all of you, okay? But let's see what that is in a few minutes. So that's my way of retaining people. They stay till the end. So we have GoGiro, and Clement Furlan from GoGiro will tell us how can tourism as a sector be sustainable. You know, recently I saw an interesting piece in the newspaper. Some of the cities are saying, we don't want tourists. You know, we are tired of over-tourism and exploitation. So they are saying tourists are not welcome in some of the cities. While on the, yeah, we can send them this side. But it's really interesting that, you know, for example, this story was about Venice. You know, the number of tourists that come there is so much more than the actual inhabitants. And they're like, what are they doing? Are they acting in a movie where people come to see them, or are they living in a city? That's the question. But GoGiro has a very interesting approach and very unique. So thank you, and let's listen to what he has to say and then conclude. Over to you. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much. So I will talk a little bit about a very interesting theme, AI. We're all talking every day. At least people that are near me are talking every day about AI and how we can use it. Is it now, it ever more comes to us to use it in our day-to-day lives. And we are one company who really goes into AI in all areas. So we are using it for basically story creation, for image creation, for video creation, for augmenting the language models, all this. And maybe I can show. So let me see. No to zadnjo šipo. Aha, okay. Let me see. If you can just click on that link, Hop Guides.
Link, yeah, I think you
yeah, this link. Oh, perfect. Oh, okay. And make it a little bit louder. This is some example of what we're doing.
Pozdravljeni, sem dr. France Prešeren. V našem podjetju se s pomočjo umetne inteligence osredotočamo na digitalizacijo kulturne zgodovine. Verjamem, da naša kultura in zgodovina ni le zapuščina preteklosti, temveč tudi temelj, na katerem lahko gradimo našo prihodnost.
Sem znana slikarka iz začetka 20. stoletja. Me prepoznaš?
So if you can help me back to the presentation. Thank you so much. Okay, so now I can start. So this was all done with AI. Basically, the characters, you know, we used some reference images. You know, of course, we know this is famous poet, Slovenian most famous poet, France Prešeren, and Ivana Kobilica, famous Slovenian painter. When they lived, photo cameras, phones didn't exist, so we have to recreate them and digitalize them and basically create all from scratch. And now, in this time, we can talk with them. So this is one of our solutions. You can talk with this famous Slovenian poet or artist, and this is something that is really now available in our platform. So here on this side, you can see all these characters. This is all what we have created. These are all, you know, all these people never existed. They are AI people. They talk, they speak, I think, 20 languages. They are, you know, good looking, you know, very adventurous, and they have their own bios. So basically, it's a person. We created a person with AI that has his own bio, that moves, speaks a language, has a great voice, and this is a companion on the phone when you are exploring the city. So again, I will go to the project that also, with the help of Blaž, we submitted for Interreg Croatia Slovenia, and here in the middle you can see a character from the famous Slovenian book called Bobri. These are pile dwellers from Slovenian UNESCO heritage site in Ljubljansko barje. And if you can help me again with this video, just click on the middle one. Will it work? Does it? Doesn't work? Okay. Doesn't matter. So basically he can say hello to you. On the left side, this is Erasm Predjamski. One of the Postojna is the most popular, most visited tourist place in Slovenia. Over 700,000 or even more. Now it's 700,000. It was 1 million before. Visitors, yearly visitors, and next to this Postojna cave is a famous Erasm Predjamski castle, and this is, a person from 15th century, a knight from 15th century that we also recreated and can guide you in the castle around. But again, if I go back to the UNESCO heritage site, so we created, these are, these pile dwellers were, all around the Ljubljansko barje, which is a place, big 20, 30 square kilometers. And due to these distances, bikes are used, to go to all these pile dweller villages. And in the meantime, the story of Bobri will be told. This is a project from Slovenian side. On Croatian side, the project is in Rijeka, which is also a very famous and a city, coastal city, full of heritage. And we will have a story about the botanic gardens around and rich history that the city has. So this, again, we don't need, a tour guide. Tour guides are great, but, have certain limitations. They don't work all the time. They need larger groups. They can be expensive if you want them by yourself. So, this as an add-on can provide service longer, and they can use it at your own pace. Many benefits. And of course, this tour guides speak more languages, can be on in your headphones at all times. On the right, it's a project that we are working on, starting to work in Ljubljana Zoo. Ljubljana Zoo is very nice zoo. I invite you to come and visit it. However, it has at this moment one problem. If you're not Slovenian, it's difficult to understand the very interesting stories that are behind these animals. And of course, our Leo, this is a Leo, a character, again, created by AI, tells these stories and creates riddle games for children and speaks, again, 10 plus languages. So it's available for more people, Slovenian Ljubljana Zoo has, I think, 50% of Slovenian visitors, but these 50 others don't have the experience that others have. So basically, what we want to do here in Slovenia is, to offer this our rich cultural heritage to all people, not just, people who are, ready to wait for tour guides, and this, once it's done, it's there, it's available for everybody. A tour guide doesn't have to repeat all over the same thing. This is where technology, is the best to use. Okay. So this is how basically it looks like. You can easily create with our tool a tour for a tourist. So basically you can go even eat at the restaurant, listen to the story, is guided among the best ways. Okay. So our goal here is, to offer these solutions to cities. Basically, what we are doing with Barcelona city is augmenting the AI language model to actually know everything about the city. So the way we do it, we use the data from TripAdvisor, the data from Google Maps, and all available data to augment the existing language model to know more. And when you are speaking to the AI, basically he knows everything about the city, and he's able, to tell you stories that, I think no human can at the end. So this is one project. Our vision is, to have more and more cities that, we have these very, very well-educated digital tour guides that are, friendlier, speak more languages, and can offer you things that nobody might know. So thank you.
Clement, stay here. May I invite Maurizio, Mattea? Yeah, please just come to the stage. We just want to do some quick, interesting question experiment. Can we make these 3 mics work, my friend? Thank you. So, yeah. So thank you very much for those, wonderful presentations. This is something unique. I didn't tell Blaž we are doing it, but, nonetheless, nice to do something like this. Now, each of you heard the other speak, right? So I want to start from you over there. If you were to collaborate from your company's perspective with any one of them, or with more than one, can you say in one line how and in which way? Yeah, just. I mean, I have some ideas, but I'll say mine in the end. But I thought of.
Okay. Yeah. Is this on?
Yeah.
Test 1.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, in one line, I think if you look at all the great presentations, you see that whether it be the railways, whether it be the solutions for tourism, there's different ways of how we have touch points. So I believe that the starting point for cooperation is always the user. So it's always about the customer that has a need or a problem. That is the starting point for it. And I think a lot of the presentations that we saw today, not only in this section, but also further down the line, is about transformation. And I'm taking a very long line.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mattea, what do you think? Whom do you like to collaborate with first?
Yes, we are already collaborating with him already. Giro, this is, as I mentioned.
Okay.
And I could collaborate also with both of
exactly.
the guys,
yeah.
because we are working in the mobility area and so on.
Exactly.
And both are making products for
Perfect.
our area.
Yeah, interesting.
So you see industry solution on the stage, right? So you can connect and collaborate. Great, excellent. Big round of applause for Mattea. This is called out-of-box thinking. She is able to say quickly that she is open to collaborate. Great, thank you so much. That's leadership, yes.
We are also collaborating with Slovenske železnice.
Yeah.
We know with Maurizio very well, and we are helping each other when needed. But anyway, we are strong believers in QR codes, so anyone that has a space for QR code, so we can deliver a message, sustainability message, education about all this digitalization and transformation to net zero. We are here to automatically deliver videos in all languages. This is how I would collaborate with chargers, with seats on the trains, and on the any posts you manage.
Excellent, great. Mauricio, what about you?
Thanks. So I think it is great that we have in that side of the picture, let's say, many potential clients, yeah? And there is the specific need. And then we are coming with these solutions, specifically in the mobility side, 3 of us. So this integration or harmonization to be able to deliver to the public a great solution, this is the priority. Yeah? We have solutions, we are experts in our field, and of course the ring fencing of the communication and the experience and the security that you are bringing, I think it will be a fantastic umbrella to be able to group us all together and deliver even a better service to them.
Excellent. So with that, we hand over back to Blaž. But I also have to make a small announcement because, you know, Blaž said about an agreement between TIA Summit and Ljubljana Forum. Ljubljana Forum is named after Ljubljana, the city. TIA Summit is the India Advantage Summit. And we have every year the possibility that 2 participants from Ljubljana Forum can come to the TIA Summit and to speak. This year the event is in November, next year it will be in July. So if any of you want to come and use Bangalore as a market, as a place to raise money, Bangalore is the 2nd city in the world for capital to be raised. So that's another interesting thing. Please connect with Blaž and he will decide who will come. That's the MOU that we have. Okay. So with that, thank you so much, audience.
That was great.
Yeah, that's Joe's once businessman, always businessman. Yeah. So yeah. One thing, and please, we still want to use this opportunity. Any question, please, from the audience for this great panel? No? I know you are waiting all for the 8 o'clock in the evening reception. Some of the people will excuse for missing this part, but they will come back later on, so you can really catch the time to talk with each other. But I would, at that stage, if there is no question, I would really like to express my great thank to all engaged, all presentations that were delivered. And really, I see a great potential. And also, as Jacob mentioned, we have this bridge. There is only one difference, Jos. The companies that you bring from India to Slovenia, in 1-2 years, they are almost unicorns, and I read stories. So I want to reach this on the vice versa, that companies from Europe, they come, you know. Okay, European market is a bit slower than Indian, that will do something similar. So I'm really sure that some of them will join and come to TIA Summit. And really thank you for this invitation. So one more time, one applause to Jos, because he disappeared. Yeah. And one for the really great panel. All of the solutions that we heard and that we learned today can be implemented. I see that cities disappear a little bit. Sorry, I need to apologize also on their behalf, but when it's 3:15, municipality closed. So next year they need to book when they go out, and I will arrange with the bosses, with mayors, that they need to count that they stay till the end. So, but I really, for all of you and for industry representatives, I apologize on their behalf. But in the report of Ljubljana Forum, where we present all what was happening, challenges, industry solutions, all of them will get the report on the desk. And 80% of them are designing the city projects. So you will get who was here, and they will know what solutions were presented. So we will take this as our care, and also our team, GFS team, all people behind that are scanning, working, that we will put this forward. Okay, so that's our promise here. So thank you. So now I would like to call Mr. Barth from Climate Kick for final of the final and a bit food for thought for tomorrow. So, Bart Stageman, please, Climate Kick, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Blaž. Luckily, we still have Eva from some city municipality, and I think this is a good thing to say, at least, and be happy about that. This is what you hear, smell, and feel when you try to be sustainable and go with your bike from your house somewhere to either the Ljubljana castle through the center at the traffic lights in Ljubljana. A very nice old diesel truck, yeah, next to you, making noise, making your PM parts. You really have the feeling, yes, I'm on my bike, I'm being healthy, sustainable, sweating a bit. But the question is, do we live in such a healthy city? And basically, when we speak about this European context on CO2 neutral, smart cities, we basically speak about our health and our well-being. So, to immediately put out a kind of a critic to the European Commission, please rename this kind of missions so that it really benefits us. Because when it comes to our health, when it comes to our well-being, it gets much, much closer to us. But nevertheless, we live in this reality where the European Commission, at least, made a few good steps forward. And we speak currently about the Net Zero Cities mission as one of them. Next one will be the adaptation mission, and a few more to follow. So why am I here? I represent the institution EIT Climate Kick. So it's the climate knowledge and innovation community under the umbrella of EIT, the European Institute for Innovation and Technology. And I'm basically proud that our organization is leading the consortium of partners for the Net Zero Cities mission. We're one of the bigger partners in the adaptation mission, and especially in Slovenia, we have our national deep demonstration program running. But all those programs are not going to happen, are not going to have any effect if we do not collaborate together. So why cities? Because 65% of the energy consumption and more than 70% of CO2 emissions are created into the cities, with mobility, with buildings, and with energy. And when we talk about transitioning and making our life a better place, we saw today that every mayor here on stage was struggling with the same issues. How to make sure, not to talk about recycling and using the concrete once more and to do really something, but really go to the left side of the slide where the biggest impact and the biggest effectiveness on how do we want to transition is exactly in how do we redesign together the places where we live, to work, and have fun in. So that left element, so the urban spatial planning, is a combination of national, regional, because we cannot exclude, for example, cities across the border, because there's a lot of mobility going on there, but especially in an urban environment, where we have the biggest opportunity to make our life a more healthier place. Too fast. So that's why the missions were basically placed into the landscape, where we have officially 100, this is how the program is called, but we have 112 mission cities who are part of this nicely planned Net Zero Cities program of the EU Commission. But that's not enough. That's not enough because even in Slovenia, there were many more cities applying to be part of this story. Although the Net Zero Cities platform offers kind of a twinning program, it's still not enough. Also from that side, we still have limitations. But we are quite blessed in Slovenia. We have 3 city municipalities as part of this program, of this mission. Altogether, approximately 30% of all the inhabitants of Slovenia, maybe even a little bit more if we count in all the daily migration that is happening towards those cities. So maybe we are even touching 40%. That's, I think, is already a very good base where we start from. But, like I said, it's only the 40%, and if we can collaborate together, we'll have a much better effect. But why aren't we cooperating as much as we can do? Because I'm aware that Ljubljana, Velenje, Kranj, as part of the mission, they're on a very high level, they're cooperating. But Velenje is 1 hour drive from here. So what do they have in common on that side with Ljubljana? So sometimes it's even difficult to make sure that you have this collaboration in place. And then other barriers, because we don't even have all the city municipalities in Slovenia being part of the Covenant of Mayors. And if we speak about the adaptation mission that's coming, we only have 3 regions who signed up for it. I'm very pleased that, for example, the Gorenjska region is in, who is also part of a GRC study. So Kranj is basically very nicely embedded in and the adaptation region and being part of the cities mission. So how can we make sure that all the barriers that was spoken about this morning, collaboration, learning, finding other opportunities that you cannot find on your own, investment, because I think I heard it at least from 3 or 4 mayors or urban planners, who is going to pay for it? And we live in interesting times where we think money is everywhere and nowhere, but in the end, when you want to transform a city, somebody has to pay for it. So, what I would like to offer from the side of Climate Kick is a concept that we could name City SE, because we are all part of the city, to accompany the cities, to hold them by their hand, and to create a safe space of collaboration. Because we heard also today, sometimes we are competitors. That's not needed. We don't need to be competitors in the space of decarbonization and creating smart cities. So we need to create a safe space where we are able to help, support, and drive all the city municipalities and the other areas that really want to transition. We can develop climate investment plans together. Because if we speak about, I don't know, a different kind of mobility, it goes not just in Ljubljana. You can go from Ljubljana to Kranj and what's happening in between. So there's a lot of collaboration possible. Another impact is how can we do this multi-city incubating processes so we can make sure that those twin cities or 3 partition cities across multiple areas, how they can work together. Where are the people themselves? How can we make sure that the citizen participation in defining how the future of the cities should look like, what can we offer here? We can offer citizen participation labs, other ways of communicating with the citizens, and really make sure that in a hall like this, people have the opportunity to co-create their future, their healthy future. But in the end, we need to see data. We need to know that we basically are going in the right direction. So with all the nice presentations, as we also heard before, listening to what's happening in cities, having digital tools to interact with the citizens, to really feel, hear, and touch where the cities are going. So we monitor, we evaluate, and we learn from that. Because what we have known, also in other projects that we have managed from the side of Climate Kick, we do some monitoring, we do at least some financial evaluation or some tick marks on did we deliver all the deliverables, yes, 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 okay, and it's in the drawer. And then there is next year or 2 years later, there's another tender or another project, and then we should just all start from the beginning. Yeah? So the element of learning from good practices, maybe sometimes mistakes, is a very key element. So what are the few steps that this platform, hub, network can offer? So we can learn all together, where do we want to go? We can have specific trainings to either investors, to either public administration people, to national governments, local governments, mayors, leaders, NGOs, citizens, and we can help you support the implementation of all the projects that you want to achieve. And try to all together get a commitment to being climate neutral, or in other words, becoming a more healthy city. So a few of the objectives to really facilitate this multi-stakeholder, because we saw on stage perfect ideas. How can we make sure that in the future they will be collaborating together? And in the end, it's not so difficult, because we saw, okay, yeah, we cooperate, yeah, we find each other, and one, and we have the collaboration in place. We have other projects in Slovenia focusing on circular cities. You got it sitting there, yeah? Perfect CCRI project. How can we connect it, yeah? From that region to other cities? How can we share the knowledge? How can we make sure that everybody knows what they're doing in their region regarding circular economy? And let us create the dialogue. Let us make sure, yeah, that it's not just one semi-dictator who will tell us where do we want to go, but let us create all together this beautiful future that we want to have. And then you think, yeah, that's all nice, Bart, yeah, nice presentation, so, so now what? No, we are lucky and happy that we already have a very good case on how it should be done. So the Spanish government, basically following the recommendations from the European Commission to set up a national platform to support the cities, which is basically lacking in a lot of countries among us and in Slovenia. There is no such vehicle, no such platform currently available. They have been established in Spain, which included the 7 net zero cities already part of the program, and 8 cities already, let's say, jumping on the wagon and going all together into the right direction. And we did this with the Ministry for Ecologically, and I think it was Urban Challenges or Spatial Challenges, Demographic Challenges, thank you, Tantam. So we were not alone, and this is also something that I believe in the Slovenian landscape would be a very big opportunity to set up with people who basically understand what it is about, and the people who are here, you really understand what it is about. So I invite you also to team up with us and to make such a platform happen, because we definitely cannot do this alone. And we started together with those 7 plus 8 cities and the national government and the stakeholders to really map out with whom do we deal with. Do we have a stakeholder mapping? Do we know from the academic world, from the business world, from the cities, from the citizens, who do we deal with? And how can we make sure that in the future we are able to collaborate with all of them? So because we are nicely running already this program, so we have a lot of learning. We have even a few of our Climate Kick programs included. So we have Bjarke here also as the owner of the Climaton activities. So whenever you want to talk to somebody tonight on this initiative, we are here. Training, newsletters, Climaton, so really a first step of getting everybody on board. Go deeper to governance policy, to finance business models, to technology, democracy, social impact, capacities and capabilities. So really hardcore training with the people, with the public administration, with really also the operational people that want to go forward. Really specialized, because every city is different, yeah? And we really need to understand what are the needs from Ljubljana, Kamnik, Kran, Velenje, Maribor, even Ptuj. Really understand what are the specific local needs, so we can do also the specialized training for that to make sure that also this climate contract will be signed. And then the implementation. So after the training, after all the plans, all the city contracts, climate city contracts, then the implementation comes. So we saw great examples from Barcelona, where they were doing great stuff. We heard the stories about Ljubljana. We know what Kran is doing. We know what Velenje is doing. But we know also a lot. We don't know everything. We really need to hear those presentations. It's so difficult to understand what's happening everywhere. So when it comes to implementation, it's also the sharing of the implementation and the support in the dissemination of what is happening. And then, just for the business people and the investors here, because in the end we know we want to go to net zero, so all the programs are focusing on that. We want to have a healthy city, that's also very nice. But when it comes to investment, we still have a very big gap on really having the, let's say, big guys coming in and invest in this kind of opportunities. So what we're able to do in Spain is, with an investment of 32 billion, of course we speak about significant kind of investments on that scale, to get a return of investment with co-benefits of 55 billion. So it's almost twice as much as the investment has required. And I think this is answering the questions of Vienna, of who is going to pay for it. If you do this in a collaborative way, if you do this in the right way, if you know what you want to achieve, then the market, the public-private investment, will pay it off themselves, and not just in small money, but also in big one. So the invitation or the fear of not doing anything because we don't know who is going to pay for it, that's a no-brainer. There should not be any barrier, and we have the data behind it to back it up. So for everybody who is interested in basically making this stuff happen, by whatever reason you think is needed, don't be afraid who is going to pay for it, because they're going to pay for itself. And you will be able to make a healthier, happier, and more fun city of where you live. So thank you. If you want to know more, I would be very happy to give you even more insights with also mathematical constructions behind. Because I'm anyway the last speaker, I definitely want to invite you all to come tomorrow morning at the breakfast with my colleague Tam Tam, because getting into these directions, we need a lot of innovation. And we need sometimes innovation for areas we don't even know we have a problem. And luckily, in 2 weeks' time from now, there will be a very nice Horizon call open, that will exactly support that one. Tam will explain a little bit more about that tomorrow, on how to make sure that city municipalities or other public procurers can find the innovation with the help of Horizon projects, will find the innovation to support the issues that are even very difficult to define. And you have nothing else to do on the Friday morning, then I would like to invite you to the last session of tomorrow, where Bjarke basically will be able to explain how this innovation, that's with startups and scale-ups and it's laying everywhere, how do we bring them closer to the city municipalities? Because we know on one hand, public procurement, ooh, scary word, and the other scary word, innovation and startups and scale-ups. They're very two scary words in some context, but I think this will be a very nice match. So welcome, and thank you for having us here.
Thank you, Bart. So yes, 2 chairs for tomorrow, Mr. Tam here, and Bjarke. So welcome early in the morning, 8:15. So that's why we reserve tonight the party only until midnight. So, but it will be. So please be at 8 o'clock at Antique Palace. More than welcome. And with that, we will conclude the day for today, because as we learned from our logistic head of master before, we need to keep time to be on the safe side. Thank you very much and see you tomorrow, and before that in the evening. Thank you.